Welcome to Easy Drift Sleep. Tonight, we're taking you on a journey into a sleepy night in medieval Venice, gondolas, bridges, and candlelit canals. If you enjoy falling asleep to these stories, tap subscribe now so you never miss your nightly escape. Find your comfortable position, let the weight of your day dissolve, and allow this story to carry you somewhere beautiful. Welcome to a journey into the heart of a medieval Venetian night, a time when the city, built upon the very water it embraced, began its slow, deliberate descent into slumber. Imagine the fading light of a long-past day, the sun dipping below the distant horizon, painting the sky in hues of deep amber and soft rose above the tranquil lagoon. The air, once filled with the clamor of merchants and the shouts of gondoliers, now begins to settle, carrying only the faint, lingering scent of salt and damp stone, a characteristic perfume of this unique maritime city. As twilight deepened, the bustling sounds of medieval Venetian markets faded into a gentle hush. The vibrant energy of commerce, the haggling over exotic spices from the east, the clatter of goods being unloaded from ships arriving from distant lands, all these daily rhythms gradually ceased. In their place, a profound quiet began to assert itself, broken only by the gentle, rhythmic lapping of water against ancient canal walls. This sound, a constant companion to the city, now became the dominant melody of the approaching night, a soothing, persistent whisper that promised repose. Gondolas, often simpler in design than their modern counterparts, would be moored along the quieter canals, their slender forms silhouetted against the dimming sky. These vessels, the lifeblood of Venetian transport, were then utilitarian craft, built for practicality rather than elaborate decoration. Their dark, unpainted wood would absorb the last vestiges of light, making them appear as silent, elongated shadows resting upon the water's surface. Gondoliers, their day's work done, would secure their vessels with practiced ease, tying them to the sturdy wooden posts, or pali, that stood like silent sentinels in the dark canals. These pali, smooth and worn from centuries of contact with ropes and water, held the boats fast, leaving the labyrinthine waterways to the quietude of the night. The soft murmur of water beneath the arches of bridges was a constant, soothing lullaby that permeated the very fabric of the city. Each bridge, a testament to Venetian ingenuity and resilience, spanned a watery path, its stone arches echoing the gentle currents below. Medieval Venice at night was a labyrinth of shadows and subtle light, an intricate tapestry woven from darkness and the faint glow of distant sources, inviting quiet contemplation. The absence of streetlights, a stark contrast to our modern world, meant that the stars, when visible, shone with an exceptional clarity above the candlelit canals, their brilliance undimmed by artificial illumination. The polished wood of a gondola's hull, even in its simpler form, would gleam faintly under the nascent moonlight or the spill of a distant candle, catching the sparse light and reflecting it back in soft, muted tones. The gentle rocking of a small boat on the canal, even when moored, could be felt through the very foundations of waterside buildings, a subtle vibration that spoke of the city's intimate connection to its watery base. The silence that now enveloped Venice was often broken only by the distant call of a night bird, perhaps an owl from a hidden garden, or the whisper of the breeze as it threaded its way through the narrow calle, the city's distinctive alleyways. The water in the canals, now largely undisturbed by the daytime traffic of boats and barges, seemed to hold the secrets of the sleeping city, reflecting the few lights that remained with a dark, liquid stillness. Gondolas were propelled by a single oar, expertly handled by the gondolier, making their movement through the water almost silent, a graceful glide that left barely a ripple. The cool, damp air of the night carried the faint scent of old wood, a testament to the countless structures built from timber, and the pervasive aroma of the sea, a constant reminder of Venice's maritime identity. The quiet lapping of water against stone foundations was a constant, comforting presence throughout the night, a natural rhythm that underscored the city's unique existence. The wooden posts, or pali, used for mooring gondolas, stood like silent sentinels, their dark forms barely discernible against the deepening gloom. The overall atmosphere of a sleepy night in medieval Venice was one of profound peace, a quietude punctuated only by the gentle sounds of water and the distant, scattered points of light. After midnight, the only sounds heard in medieval Venice were often the distant chime of a campanile, marking the passage of hours with a solemn, measured tone, and the whisper of the lagoon's breeze, a soft, almost imperceptible sigh across the water. Streetlights, as we understand them today, did not exist. Instead, residents relied on personal lanterns, often made of horn or thin parchment, or the occasional light spilling from a window to navigate the narrow calle, their paths illuminated only by these fleeting sources. A faint aroma of wood smoke from a dwindling hearth might drift from an open window, mingling subtly with the briny scent of the sea, a domestic note in the vast nocturnal symphony. Moored gondolas would gently bump against their wooden posts, a soft, rhythmic thud that was part of the night's lullaby, a natural, comforting percussion. The cool, damp air of a Venetian night carried the faint echo of footsteps long past, a ghost of the day's activity, a subtle reminder of the city's enduring history. The heavy wooden doors of palazzi, when closed for the night, sealed off the interior from the nocturnal world outside, creating a sense of secure enclosure within the grand residencies. The faint scent of drying laundry, hung from windows earlier in the day to catch the sun and air, might still linger in the night air, a delicate, almost imperceptible fragrance. The absence of artificial light allowed the stars to appear exceptionally bright above the sleeping city, a celestial canopy stretching across the vast expanse of the night sky. The low murmur of the tide, ebbing and flowing with an ancient rhythm, was a constant, soothing presence throughout the night, a deep, resonant hum beneath the city. The quiet creak of a wooden shutter closing somewhere in the distance would mark the final surrender of a household to sleep, a small, definitive sound in the profound silence. The soft, occasional hoot of an owl from a hidden garden added to the mysterious calm of the medieval night, a wild note in the urban landscape. The gentle rocking of a moored gondola against the stone quay was a natural sleep aid for those nearby, its subtle motion a comforting, repetitive movement. The faint, metallic clang of a distant anchor chain was a rare sound that pierced the nocturnal silence, a momentary reminder of the ships that still plied the waters of the lagoon. The thick fog that sometimes rolled in from the lagoon would muffle all sounds, creating an even deeper sense of quietude, transforming the city into a hushed, ethereal realm. The silence was so profound that one could almost hear the soft rustle of bats' wings as they hunted above the canals, their nocturnal ballet unseen in the darkness. The scent of damp moss growing on the ancient stones of the bridges was particularly noticeable in the cool night air, a earthy, verdant aroma. The occasional drip of water from a hidden archway into the canal below created a soft, rhythmic sound, a natural metronome for the sleeping city. The air carried the faint, sweet scent of night-blooming jasmine from hidden courtyards, a delicate perfume that drifted on the gentle breeze. The wooden posts used for mooring gondolas often had a smooth, worn feel, a testament to centuries of contact with ropes and water, their surfaces polished by the elements and human touch. The sound of a distant church bell, muffled by the night, would mark the passing hours in the sleeping city, a solemn, reassuring chime that echoed across the quiet canals. The quiet lapping of water against the foundations of ancient buildings was a constant, soothing presence throughout the night, an enduring soundtrack to Venice's slumber. The silence of a medieval Venetian night was occasionally punctuated by the distant chime of a campanile, marking the hours with a slow, deliberate cadence. Gondoliers, after their day's work, might have left their oars secured within their boats, ready for the next dawn, their tools of trade awaiting the return of light. Moored gondolas would gently bump against their wooden posts with a soft, rhythmic thud, a natural lullaby that resonated through the still air. The scent of night-blooming jasmine from hidden courtyards could subtly perfume the cool, damp air, adding a delicate layer to the city's nocturnal aromas. The creaking of wooden pilings, settling deeper into the lagoon's bed, was a quiet, constant hum beneath the city, a subtle vibration that spoke of its very foundation. Gondolas, often covered with simple canvas tarps for the night, resembled sleeping giants on the water, their forms softened and obscured by the protective coverings. The occasional rustle of a nocturnal bird in the eaves of a palace was one of the few natural sounds, a fleeting whisper in the profound quiet. The gentle current of the lagoon would cause the moored gondolas to drift almost imperceptibly, a silent dance on the water's surface. The soft whispering of the night breeze through the narrow calle could sound like secrets being shared, a hushed conversation among the ancient stones. The sound of water gently lapping against the stone steps leading down to the canals was a constant, soothing presence, an invitation to the watery embrace of the city. The absence of streetlights meant that the stars above Venice were exceptionally bright, reflected in the dark canals as if the heavens had descended to meet the earth. The occasional distant bark of a dog would echo briefly across the water, then fade back into the quiet, a momentary interruption quickly absorbed by the vast silence. The faint, sweet smell of beeswax from burning candles mingled with the briny air, a delicate blend of human presence and natural elements. Gondolas, stripped of their daytime adornments, looked stark and elegant in the dim light, their pure forms revealed without the distraction of color or decoration. The cool, smooth surface of a stone bridge offered a moment of respite from the damp air, a solid, grounding presence in the fluid landscape. The soft hoot of an owl from a hidden garden could be heard in the profound quiet of the night, a mournful yet comforting call. The faint hum of insects drawn to a distant candle flame was a subtle auditory detail, a tiny, persistent buzz in the vast stillness. The cool, damp air carried the essence of ancient stone and the sea, a unique combination of aromas that defined a Venetian night. The rhythmic drip of water from a mossy archway was a quiet, persistent sound, a natural clock marking the passage of time. Gondolas, resting on the water, seemed to breathe with the gentle rise and fall of the lagoon, their forms subtly shifting with the tide. The occasional soft clink of a chain from a moored boat was a reminder of the city's maritime heart, a small sound of its enduring connection to the sea. The scent of old wood and damp canvas from the sleeping gondolas added to the night's atmosphere, a rich, earthy aroma that spoke of age and use. The profound quiet of the night allowed the subtle sounds of the water and the city to become more prominent, each whisper and ripple amplified in the stillness. During a sleepy medieval night, the water in the canals, undisturbed by daytime traffic, often appeared exceptionally still, reflecting the few scattered lights like a dark, polished mirror. Gondoliers, after their day's work, would secure their simpler, unpainted gondolas with ropes to ancient mooring posts, their forms becoming part of the nocturnal silence, blending seamlessly into the shadows. The narrowest canals, known as became particularly dark and hushed at night, their stillness broken only by the occasional ripple from a passing rat or a falling leaf, tiny movements in a world of quiet. The gentle rocking of a gondola, tied securely for the night, could serve as a natural cradle for a weary traveler or a child sleeping nearby, its motion a soothing balm. The scent of drying fishing nets, mingled with the faint aroma of spices from distant markets, would subtly perfume the cool night air along the canals, a complex bouquet of labor and trade. The only sound from the sleeping gondolas was the occasional soft creak of their wooden hulls against the water, a lullaby of the lagoon, a testament to their organic nature. The silence of a medieval Venetian night was so profound that one could sometimes hear the distant call of a night bird or the faint chime of a church bell across the water, sounds that traveled unimpeded through the still air. The wooden planks of medieval bridges would sometimes creak softly under the weight of the night's dampness, adding to the nocturnal soundscape, a subtle complaint from the ancient structures. Gondolas, often left uncovered, would collect a fine dew by morning, reflecting the cool, sleepy atmosphere of the night, their surfaces glistening with moisture. The water in the canals, largely undisturbed, would gently lap against the ancient foundations of buildings, a constant, soothing rhythm that permeated the entire city. The sounds of the city's daytime commerce were entirely absent, replaced by a deep, pervasive quiet that encouraged sleep, a profound stillness that invited rest. The gentle current of the lagoon, almost imperceptible, would cause moored gondolas to shift ever so slightly, a subtle, sleepy motion that spoke of the water's ceaseless flow. The only movement on the canals during a sleepy medieval night would be the slow, deliberate drift of a few leaves or debris on the water's surface, tiny travelers on a dark, silent journey. Gondolas, stripped of their daytime adornments, became simple, elegant forms silhouetted against the dim, star-dusted sky, their beauty revealed in their unadorned state. The quietude of a medieval Venetian night was occasionally punctuated by the distant hoot of an owl, a rare sound in the urban landscape, a wild voice in the domesticated quiet. The faint scent of wood smoke from a distant hearth might occasionally drift over the canals, adding to the sensory tapestry of the night, a warm, comforting note. Gondolas, resting on the water, seemed to breathe with the gentle rise and fall of the tide, a silent, living presence that was deeply connected to the natural world. The absence of artificial light pollution meant that the Milky Way could often be seen arching over the sleeping city, a spectacular celestial river mirroring the canals below. The only sound from the water itself was the soft, almost imperceptible murmur of the tide against the canal walls, a deep, fundamental hum. The gentle lapping of water against the sides of a moored gondola was a natural white noise, conducive to deep sleep, a soothing, repetitive sound. The air over the canals at night often carried a subtle coolness, a refreshing contrast to the enclosed warmth of a sleeping chamber, a natural invitation to pull the covers closer. As the city grew quieter still, the focus shifted to the subtle interplay of light and shadow created by the few remaining sources of illumination. The only light for many bridges after sunset came from the soft glow of oil lamps or candles placed in niches, small, flickering beacons in the encroaching darkness. Candlelit canals reflected these flickering lights onto the ancient stone facades of palaces, creating dancing shadows that seemed to bring the old buildings to life. Moonlight, when present, cast silver paths across the still waters of the Grand Canal, intersecting with the soft glow of candles, creating a shimmering, ethereal landscape. Candles in windows of homes overlooking the canals cast warm, inviting pools of light onto the water, each glow a tiny, domestic star on the dark surface. The narrowest canals, known as became particularly dark and mysterious after nightfall, lit only by stray candlelight, their secrets held close in the deep shadows. The absence of streetlights meant that the stars, when visible, shone with exceptional clarity above the candlelit canals, their brilliance undimmed by human artifice. The reflection of a single candle from a window could stretch into a long, shimmering line across the canal's surface, a golden thread woven into the dark fabric of the water. The soft glow from a distant church window might be the brightest light visible along a sleepy canal, a steady, unwavering beacon of faith. The faint glow of a candle from a passing gondola might momentarily illuminate the underside of a bridge arch, revealing the ancient, moss-covered stones in a fleeting moment of light. The soft, golden light of candles transformed the often gritty medieval city into a place of gentle magic, softening its edges and imbuing it with a sense of wonder. The absence of artificial light allowed the natural beauty of the moon and stars to dominate the night sky above the canals, an uninterrupted celestial display. The subtle shimmer of water reflecting the few lights made the canals feel alive, even in their sleepiness, a gentle, breathing presence. The soft, warm glow of a candle in a window offered a sense of security and domestic tranquility to the dark canals, a comforting presence in the vast night. The dark, still waters of the canals mirrored the deep, quiet sleep of the city itself, a perfect reflection of its profound repose. The dark waters beneath the bridges often concealed the reflections of a few scattered stars, visible only on the clearest nights, tiny pinpricks of light in the inky depths. The stone steps leading down to the water from palazzi would be slick with dampness, reflecting the faint glow of a passing lantern, their surfaces gleaming momentarily. Private chapels within noble homes often had a single candle burning through the night, casting a soft, unwavering light onto the canal, a constant vigil. Candlelight filtering through the delicate tracery of a Gothic window created intricate shadow patterns on the opposite canal wall, a silent, ephemeral dance of light and dark. The reflection of the moon, when full, could turn an entire stretch of canal into a shimmering, silver pathway, a celestial road across the water. The soft glow of a single candle in a window could serve as a beacon for a late-returning fisherman navigating the labyrinthine canals, a guiding light in the darkness. The few illuminated windows cast elongated, wavering reflections onto the dark water, like golden ribbons unraveling, stretching and distorting with the gentle movement of the currents. The air was often still, making the reflections of bridge arches in the water appear perfectly symmetrical and undisturbed, forming perfect, ghostly circles in the dark canals. The dark, still waters beneath the bridges often held secrets, reflecting nothing but the impenetrable night sky, a deep, silent mystery. The flickering light of a single candle in a window could make the ancient stone walls of a palazzo appear to breathe, their surfaces shifting and moving in the play of light and shadow. The dark, glassy surface of the canals often mirrored the faint, ethereal glow of the Milky Way, a cosmic reflection on the watery canvas. The only light on some remote bridges came from the faint luminescence of algae clinging to the damp stones, a natural, subtle glow. The few candlelit windows created warm, inviting squares of light that contrasted sharply with the surrounding darkness, pockets of warmth in the cool night. Small, portable lanterns, often made of horn or thin parchment, would cast a soft, diffused light around those walking the calle after dark, their gentle glow preceding their steps. The reflections of flickering candlelight from canal-side homes would ripple and stretch across the dark water, creating mesmerizing patterns that danced and shifted with hypnotic grace. The soft glow of a single candle in a window often served as a beacon for those navigating the unlit labyrinthine alleys, a small guide in the vast, dark maze. The dark, still waters of the smaller canals acted as perfect mirrors, doubling the sparse light from the night sky and distant lamps, creating an illusion of depth and boundless space. Candlelight filtering through the intricate tracery of a Gothic window created delicate patterns on the water below, an artistic display of light and shadow. The muted colors of the palace facade seemed to deepen under the soft, warm glow of a distant candle, their ancient hues enriched by the subtle illumination. Candlelit lanterns hanging near canal-side entrances would cast inviting, warm pools of light onto the paving stones, welcoming those who approached. The reflections of distant, flickering lights on the Grand Canal would stretch and shimmer like liquid gold, a river of light flowing through the heart of the city. Candlelight would emphasize the intricate carvings on a palace doorway, making them appear to dance, their details brought to life by the shifting glow. The occasional glint of moonlight on a wet oar, left carelessly on a gondola, would sparkle briefly, a fleeting moment of silver light. The soft glow from a single window could illuminate a small section of a canal, creating a miniature stage of light, a tiny world revealed. The reflections of bridge railings in the water created a delicate, inverted lattice work, a mirror image of the structures above. Candlelight would pick out the individual bricks and stones of the canal walls, highlighting their textures, revealing the ancient craftsmanship. The dark, reflective surface of the canals created an illusion of the city floating between two night skies, an ethereal realm suspended between heaven and earth. The soft, diffused light from a distant candle could make the outlines of the palaces appear ethereal and dreamlike, their forms softened and indistinct. The flickering light from a single candle in a canal-side window would cast elongated, dancing shadows of bridge arches onto the water below, a silent, mesmerizing performance. Candlelight from a passing gondola would briefly illuminate the intricate carvings of a palace entrance or the worn steps leading down to the water, revealing hidden details in a flash. The absence of streetlights meant that the stars, when visible, shone with exceptional clarity above the darkened rooftops and canals of medieval Venice, a breathtaking celestial display. Small, private lanterns, rather than large public lamps, were the primary source of personal illumination for anyone venturing out onto the bridges at night, each person carrying their own small sphere of light. Moonlight, when peeking through the clouds, would transform the dark canals into ribbons of shimmering silver, briefly illuminating the silent bridges, turning them into ghostly pathways. Candlelit interiors of canal-side homes cast warm, inviting rectangles of light onto the black water, hinting at the quiet lives within, glimpses of domestic tranquility. Only the most essential lights, such as those guarding a critical passage or a church, would remain lit throughout a sleepy medieval night, serving as crucial markers in the darkness. The soft, diffused glow of candlelight from a distant window would create long, wavering reflections on the surface of the sleepy canals, like golden threads gently swaying. Candlelight from a passing boat would briefly illuminate the intricate ironwork of a medieval balcony hanging over a canal, revealing its delicate craftsmanship. The soft glow from a single candle in a small boat would be enough to navigate the darkest, narrowest canals on a sleepy night, its light a precious guide. The reflections of distant candlelights on the water often appeared elongated and distorted, creating an almost dreamlike quality, a world transformed by light and shadow. The smooth, dark surface of the canals at night often mirrored the subtle changes in the sky, from starlight to the first hints of dawn, a silent chronicle of the night's progression. The soft light of a candle held by a lone figure crossing a bridge would cast a long, fleeting shadow onto the ancient stone, a momentary presence in the timeless landscape. The stillness of the canals at night was so profound that the surface could appear like polished obsidian, reflecting the sparse lights with perfect clarity, a mirror to the quiet world. Candlelight from a small boat navigating a narrow canal would briefly illuminate the moss and ancient growth on the lower parts of palace walls, revealing the slow work of time and nature. The dark, silent arches of the medieval bridges formed perfect frames for the moon or distant stars, seen from the water level, creating natural windows to the heavens. As the light sources diminish further, the focus shifts to the bridges themselves and the experience of moving through this hushed, ancient landscape. The gentle current, an almost imperceptible push, carried the gondola forward beneath the low arch of a stone bridge. These structures, built from Istrian stone, were the very backbone of Venice, connecting its myriad islands and allowing passage over its intricate network of waterways. In the medieval era, bridges were not merely crossings but vital arteries, each with its own story, its own unique construction, and often its own name derived from a nearby church, a prominent family, or a particular trade practiced close by. Many of these early bridges were simple wooden affairs, often without parapets, making nighttime crossings a precarious endeavor for the uninitiated. Over time, as Venice grew in wealth and importance, these wooden structures were gradually replaced by more durable stone, a testament to the city's enduring ambition and its commitment to infrastructure. The stone arches, precisely cut and expertly fitted without mortar in many cases, demonstrated an advanced understanding of engineering principles, allowing them to withstand the constant ebb and flow of the tides and the weight of daily foot traffic for centuries. The typical medieval Venetian bridge was a single, elegant arch, often quite steep, rising to a peak in the center to allow sufficient clearance for the boats below. This characteristic hump gave many of them the nickname Ponte a Dorso di Asino, or the Donkey's Back Bridge, a charming descriptor that evokes the image of a patient animal carrying its load. These steep inclines meant that steps were often necessary on either side, sometimes quite numerous, creating a rhythmic ascent and descent for those traversing the city on foot. As the gondola glided through the cool shadow cast by the bridge, the air grew noticeably cooler, and the faint scent of damp stone mingled with the briny tang of the lagoon. Above, The underside of the arch was often encrusted with moss and small, hardy ferns, clinging to the ancient mortar, their delicate fronds illuminated momentarily by the faint glow of a distant lantern or the reflection of the moon on the water. These subterranean passages, dark and echoing, offered a momentary respite from the open sky, a brief journey into a world of stone and water. The construction of these bridges was a monumental undertaking, requiring skilled masons, carpenters, and labourers. Stone would often be quarried from Istria, across the Adriatic Sea, and transported to Venice on large barges, a journey that itself was fraught with logistical challenges. Once in the city, the heavy blocks would be meticulously shaped and then hoisted into place, often using complex systems of ropes and pulleys, all without the benefit of modern machinery. Each bridge represented a significant investment of time, resources, and human effort, a testament to the collective will of the Venetian Republic. Many bridges were strategically placed near important civic buildings, churches, or markets, facilitating the flow of people and goods. The Rialto Bridge, though its iconic stone form was not completed until the late 16th century, had earlier wooden incarnations that were crucial for connecting the two main parts of the city across the Grand Canal. Its predecessors were often drawbridges, allowing taller vessels to pass, a feature that eventually became less necessary as the city's maritime focus shifted and larger ships docked further out in the lagoon. Beneath the arch, the sound of water lapping against the stone walls was amplified, a soft, rhythmic whisper that seemed to speak of the city's ancient origins. The gondolier, with a practiced ease, navigated the narrow passage, his oar dipping silently into the dark water, guiding the boat with minimal disturbance. His movements were economical, almost meditative, a dance perfected over generations, passed down from father to son, a living tradition woven into the very fabric of Venice. The gondola itself, a vessel of singular design, was perfectly suited for these nocturnal journeys. Its asymmetrical hull, longer on one side than the other, allowed it to be propelled and steered by a single oar from the stern, a marvel of hydrodynamic engineering. The flat bottom allowed it to navigate the shallowest canals, while its elegant, elongated form could slip through the narrowest passages, making it an indispensable part of Venetian life, both practical and symbolic. In medieval Venice, gondolas were not just for tourists or romantic excursions, they were the primary mode of transport for everyone, from merchants carrying their wares to nobles traveling between palaces, and even for the sick being taken to hospitals. They were the taxis, the buses, and the delivery trucks of the city, their silent passage a constant presence on the waterways. At night, their role became even more pronounced, as the city's labyrinthine alleys could be treacherous and poorly lit. The black color, now iconic, was not always the norm. In earlier centuries, gondolas were often brightly painted and ornately decorated, reflecting the wealth and status of their owners. However, sumptuary laws were eventually enacted to curb excessive displays of luxury, leading to the standardization of the black hull, a uniform elegance that has persisted to this day. This decree, while intended to promote civic equality, inadvertently created the timeless, somber beauty that defines the gondola in the modern imagination. As the gondola emerged from the shadow of the bridge, the canal opened up slightly, and the faintest glimmer of starlight reflected on the water's surface, creating a shimmering path ahead. The air felt a little more open, though the towering walls of palaces still loomed on either side, their ancient facades dark and silent against the night sky. These palaces, many of them dating back to the Byzantine and Gothic periods, were not merely residences but statements of power and prestige, built by the wealthy merchant families who formed the backbone of the Venetian Republic. Their architecture often featured a ground floor designed for commercial activity and boat access, with large arched doorways leading directly to the water, known as a porta di acqua. Above this, the piano nobile, or noble floor, was where the main reception rooms and grandest apartments were located, often distinguished by elaborate windows and balconies. The upper floors housed family members, servants, and sometimes even workshops or storage areas. The construction of these palaces was an intricate process, beginning with the driving of thousands of wooden piles into the soft, muddy subsoil of the lagoon to create a stable foundation. These piles, typically made of oak or larch, would be driven deep until they reached a firmer layer of clay or sand. Once submerged and protected from oxygen, the wood would petrify over time, becoming incredibly durable, a testament to the ingenuity of Venetian builders. Upon this wooden forest, a platform of Istrian stone would be laid, forming the base for the brick and stone walls of the palace above. The materials themselves told a story of Venice's vast trading empire. Istrian stone, known for its resilience and light color, was a staple. Bricks were often made locally, but marble and other decorative stones came from distant lands, Greece, Turkey, and even Egypt, brought back by Venetian merchants who traded across the Mediterranean. These materials were not just functional, they were symbols of the city's global reach and its ability to draw resources from across the known world. The facades of these palaces, even in the darkness, hinted at their former splendor. Many featured elaborate tracery in their windows, particularly in the Gothic style, with delicate catafoils and ogee arches. Byzantine influences could be seen in the use of polychrome marble and decorative patterns, remnants of Venice's early ties to the Eastern Roman Empire. These architectural styles blended over centuries, creating a unique Venetian Gothic, a fusion of Eastern opulence and Western structural innovation. Inside, these palaces were often sumptuously decorated, though at night, only the bare outlines of their grandeur could be imagined. Walls were adorned with frescoes, ceilings with intricate painted panels, and floors with elaborate mosaics or polished marble. Furnishings would have included rich textiles, tapestries, and carved wooden pieces, all reflecting the wealth and artistic tastes of the families who inhabited them. The air inside, even in the medieval period, would have been thick with the scent of spices, incense, and perhaps the faint aroma of the lagoon. As the gondola continued its silent journey, the focus shifted from the grand facades to the smaller details of the canal itself. The water, now almost perfectly still, reflected the faint light of the distant stars with a dark, mirror-like quality. The rhythmic dip of the gondolier's oar was the only sound, a gentle counterpoint to the profound silence that enveloped the city at this late hour. The absence of foot traffic, of human voices, of the clatter of daily life, transformed Venice into a different entity altogether, a city of whispers and shadows, of ancient stone and flowing water. The very concept of a canal city, built upon a lagoon, was a remarkable feat of human determination and engineering. The early settlers, fleeing barbarian invasions on the mainland, sought refuge on these marshy islands, gradually transforming them into a thriving metropolis. This involved an ongoing battle against the forces of nature, the tides, the currents, the shifting sands, a battle that required constant vigilance and ingenuity. The canals themselves were not merely natural waterways but were often dredged, widened, and sometimes even created by human hands to facilitate navigation and drainage. The depth of the canals varied considerably. The Grand Canal, the city's main thoroughfare, was deep enough for larger vessels, while many of the smaller, more intimate canals could be quite shallow, particularly at low tide. This variation in depth meant that gondoliers had to possess an intimate knowledge of the waterways, knowing where to navigate and where to avoid grounding the boat. Their expertise was not just in propulsion but in understanding the very topography of the submerged city. The water itself, though dark, was a living part of the city's ecosystem. Small fish might occasionally dart beneath the gondola, disturbed by its passage. The ebb and flow of the tides brought fresh water from the Adriatic, constantly flushing the canals and preventing stagnation. This natural cleansing process was vital for the health of the city, particularly in an era before modern sanitation. The tides were the city's breath, a rhythmic inhale and exhale that governed its daily life. As the gondola rounded a gentle bend, the canal narrowed again, and the walls of the palaces seemed to press in more closely. The air grew stiller, heavier, as if the very atmosphere were absorbing the sounds of the night. The only illumination now came from the very faint light filtering down from the narrow strip of sky above, a soft, ethereal glow that barely pierced the darkness. This deep, enveloping darkness was a characteristic feature of medieval nights, a profound contrast to the artificial brilliance of the modern world. In medieval Venice, artificial light sources were precious and limited. Candles, made from beeswax or tallow, provided a soft, flickering glow indoors, but were expensive. Oil lamps, burning olive oil or animal fats, were also used, but their light was often smoky and dim. Street lighting was virtually non-existent, save for the occasional lantern placed outside a wealthy residence or a public building, or the light spilling from the windows of taverns and workshops that stayed open late. Navigating the city at night, whether by land or by water, required a keen sense of direction and an intimate familiarity with the urban landscape. Those who ventured out often carried their own lanterns or were accompanied by servants bearing torches. The lack of widespread illumination meant that the city transformed after sunset, becoming a place of shadows and hidden corners, where familiar landmarks took on an unfamiliar, almost mystical quality. The silence grew deeper still, punctuated only by the gentle creak of the oar in its oarlock and the soft ripple of water against the gondola's hull. The rhythm of these sounds was hypnotic, a lullaby woven from the elements of the city itself. The feeling of being suspended on the water, surrounded by ancient stone, was one of profound peace and detachment from the waking world. It was a journey into the heart of Venice's nocturnal soul, a slow descent into its deepest, most tranquil layers. The walls of the palaces, now almost completely obscured by shadow, seemed to recede into the darkness, becoming indistinct masses of ancient stone. Their intricate details, their grand arches, their delicate tracery, all dissolved into a uniform texture of age and history. This blurring of form and detail allowed the imagination to take over, to fill in the gaps with visions of medieval life, the rustle of silk, the murmur of voices, the faint strains of music from a hidden courtyard. The gondolier, a silent sentinel at the stern, continued his steady work, his silhouette a dark, motionless figure against the faint glimmer of the water. His presence was reassuring, a constant, guiding force in the enveloping darkness. His expertise, honed over years of navigating these precise waterways, ensured a smooth and effortless passage, a journey without jarring movements or sudden shifts. The air grew cooler still, carrying with it the faint, earthy scent of the lagoon's mud, a reminder of the city's fundamental connection to the natural world. This scent, often subtle, was an intrinsic part of the Venetian experience, a primal aroma that spoke of the tides, the marine life, and the very foundations upon which the city was built. It was a smell that grounded the ethereal beauty of Venice in the tangible reality of its environment. The water beneath the gondola felt incredibly soft, almost like velvet, as it parted silently around the hull. The sensation of floating, of being carried without effort, was deeply calming. It was a surrender to the gentle forces of the current, a release into the quiet embrace of the night. The passage through the narrow canal became a kind of meditation, a slow, deliberate movement through time and space, away from the concerns of the day. The concept of time itself seemed to slow down in this nocturnal realm. The urgency of daylight hours, the bustling commerce, the social engagements, all faded into insignificance. Here, in the quiet darkness, only the present moment existed, the gentle sway of the boat, the soft sounds of the water, the cool air on the skin. It was a space where the past and present merged, where the ancient stones of Venice whispered their stories without words. The historical layers of Venice were particularly palpable in these quiet moments. Every stone, every arch, every ripple in the canal held centuries of history. The city had witnessed the rise and fall of empires, the flourishing of trade, the birth of artistic movements, and the countless lives lived within its intricate labyrinth. To float through its canals at night was to become a part of this living history, to experience its enduring spirit in its most serene form. The gondola continued its unhurried progress, turning another gentle corner, revealing yet another stretch of dark, silent canal. There was no sense of destination, no rush to arrive, only the continuous, soothing motion of the journey itself. The journey was the destination, the experience of being enveloped by the nocturnal city, carried by its waters, guided by its ancient stones. The sounds of the city, even the distant ones, had now completely faded. There was no barking dog, no distant chime of a bell, no murmur of human voices. Only the intimate sounds of the gondola and the water remained, a private symphony for the sleeping city. This profound quietude was a rare gift, a precious commodity in any era, but particularly in a bustling medieval metropolis. The gentle rocking of the boat, combined with the rhythmic sound of the oar, created a subtle, hypnotic effect. It was a sensation designed to lull, to soothe, to gently guide the mind towards a state of deep tranquility. The cold, hard reality of the stone walls outside seemed to soften, to become less imposing, more like comforting guardians of the night. The very air seemed to thicken with a sense of ancient peace, a stillness that had settled over Venice for centuries after the sun had set. It was a peace born of the city's unique isolation, its separation from the mainland, its existence as a world unto itself, floating on the lagoon. This isolation, which had once been its defense, now contributed to its profound nocturnal serenity. As the gondola moved further into the labyrinth, the canals became even narrower, the turns more frequent. The feeling of being enclosed, yet perfectly safe, grew stronger. The sense of discovery, of uncovering hidden passages and secret waterways, added a subtle layer of wonder to the profound calm. Each turn revealed a new vista of darkness, a new configuration of ancient walls and silent water. The faint starlight, which had earlier offered a glimmer, now seemed to have receded entirely, replaced by a complete, velvety darkness. The only light was the almost imperceptible reflection of the gondola's own dark form on the water, a fleeting shadow moving through shadows. This deep, pervasive darkness was not frightening, but rather comforting, a soft blanket drawn over the world. The water itself seemed to absorb all light, becoming an inky black mirror that reflected nothing but the deepest hues of the night. It was a surface that invited contemplation, a void that held the secrets of the city's past and present. To gaze upon it was to gaze into an abyss of calm, a depth of stillness that resonated with the deepest parts of the self. The journey continued, a slow, deliberate glide through the heart of the sleeping city. The gondolier's movements were now almost imperceptible, his oar a silent extension of his will, guiding the boat with an intuitive grace. His presence was a quiet assurance, a steady hand navigating the unseen paths. The air was still, cool, and carried the faint, clean scent of the open lagoon, a subtle reminder of the vast expanse of water that surrounded the city. This connection to the sea, to the boundless ocean, imbued Venice with a sense of timelessness, a feeling of being at once rooted in history and connected to the infinite. The gentle rocking motion, the rhythmic dipping of the oar, the profound silence, all combined to create an atmosphere of profound rest. The world outside the gondola, the world of waking concerns and daily demands, receded further and further, replaced by the soft embrace of the Venetian night. This descent into the quiet heart of the city was a descent into a state of deep, unburdened peace. The ancient stones, the silent water, the dark sky, all conspired to cradle the senses, to hush the mind, and to invite a profound and restorative stillness. The ancient stones, the silent water, the dark sky, all conspired to cradle the senses, to hush the mind, and to invite a profound and restorative stillness. The gondola continued its gentle glide, a dark silhouette against the deeper darkness of the canal. The water, a liquid mirror, reflected the scattered pinpricks of light from distant windows and the occasional glow of a street lantern, or fanal, affixed to a palazzo wall. These lanterns, often fueled by oil or sometimes by tallow candles, cast a soft, flickering luminescence that barely disturbed the pervasive gloom, instead serving to deepen the sense of mystery and quietude. They were practical necessities in a city without broad, well-lit thoroughfares, guiding the way for those few who still traversed the narrow calli and small bridges at such a late hour. Most Venetians, in this medieval era, retired with the sun, or shortly thereafter, making the nocturnal city a realm of hushed activity, primarily for watchmen, merchants moving clandestine goods, or lovers stealing moments under the cloak of night. The very structure of Venice, built upon a labyrinthine network of some 118 small islands, interconnected by over 400 bridges and 177 canals, naturally fostered this sense of intimacy and enclosure. Each canal, each rio, acted as a liquid street, and the gondola was its most fitting vehicle. Unlike the bustling, often chaotic land routes of other European cities, Venice's waterways imposed a different rhythm, one dictated by the tides, the currents, and the manual effort of the gondolier. This particular vessel, a masterpiece of Venetian craftsmanship, was designed for silence and maneuverability. Its asymmetrical hull, longer on the left side, allowed the gondolier to propel it with a single oar, the remo, from the right side, without the boat constantly turning in circles. This unique design, perfected over centuries, was a testament to the Venetians' deep understanding of their watery environment. The wood of the gondola, traditionally lacquered black since the 16th century, sumptuary laws aimed at curbing excessive displays of wealth, absorbed the faint light, rendering the boat almost invisible against the dark water. Before these laws, gondolas were often elaborately decorated, painted in vibrant colors, and adorned with rich fabrics and carvings. But even in its uniform black, the gondola retained an inherent elegance, its sleek lines a timeless symbol of the city. The ferro di prua, the distinctive iron prow ornament, rose gracefully from the bow, its 6 teeth representing the 6 sestieri, or districts, of Venice: Cannaregio, Castello, Dorsogiro, San Marco, San Polo, and Santa Croce. The backward-facing tooth symbolized the island of Giudecca, and the S-curve above the teeth mirrored the Grand Canal itself. This intricate piece was not merely decorative, it also served as a counterweight to the gondolier standing at the stern, contributing to the boat's remarkable stability. As the gondola moved deeper into the quieter canals, the sounds of the city diminished further. The distant clang of a bell from a campanile, perhaps from St. Marco or St. Giorgio Maggiore, had long faded into the background. Now, only the soft lapping of water against ancient stone foundations, the gentle creak of the oarlock, and the occasional distant cry of a nocturnal bird, perhaps a gull or an owl, punctured the profound stillness. The air itself felt different here, cooler and heavier, carrying the subtle scent of salt and damp stone, mingled with the faint, sweet aroma of jasmine or honeysuckle trailing from hidden gardens behind high walls. The palazzi lining the canals, many of them dating back to the Byzantine and Gothic periods, stood like silent sentinels. Their facades, often adorned with intricate tracery, pointed arches, and marble inlays, were softened by the darkness, their details blurred into a harmonious tapestry of shadow and faint light. These grand residences, built by wealthy merchant families, the Contarini, the Foscari, the Grimani, the Loredan, were not merely homes but statements of power and prosperity. Their ground floors, often called portico, featured large arched openings directly onto the canal, serving as private docks for their boats and as entrances for goods. Above, the piano nobile, the main living floor, boasted grand windows and balconies, offering views of the bustling watery thoroughfare during the day, now reflecting only the quiet night. The construction of these palazzi was an engineering marvel in itself. Built on millions of wooden piles, primarily larch and oak, driven deep into the clay and sand beneath the muddy lagoon floor, they formed a solid foundation. These piles, constantly submerged in oxygen-poor water, did not rot but instead petrified, becoming as hard as stone over centuries. On top of these piles, a platform of Istrian stone, a dense, low-porosity limestone, was laid, creating a waterproof barrier for the brick and marble structures above. This ingenious method allowed a city to rise from the water, defying the very nature of its environment. The gondola passed beneath a small, humpbacked bridge, its arch a dark tunnel for a fleeting moment. These bridges, often steep and without steps in the medieval period, were crucial for pedestrian movement, connecting the myriad islands. Many were originally made of wood, later replaced by more durable stone, often adorned with simple iron railings or low stone parapets. Unlike the grander bridges like the Rialto, which was a bustling commercial hub, these smaller bridges were quiet, intimate crossings, used by local residents to navigate their daily lives. The sound of the gondola gliding under the arch was amplified for a brief instant, a soft echo that quickly dissipated back into the pervasive quiet. The gondolier, a figure of quiet competence, stood at the stern, his movements fluid and economical. His posture, slightly bent, his gaze fixed ahead, conveyed a deep familiarity with these waters, a knowledge passed down through generations. The art of gondola navigation was a highly skilled profession, often hereditary, requiring not only strength and balance but also an intimate understanding of the complex currents, depths, and hidden obstacles of the canals. He knew every turn, every narrow passage, every potential hazard, even in the deepest darkness. His oar, the remo, crafted from beechwood, moved silently through the water, a seamless extension of his arm. The forecola, the intricately carved oarlock, cradled the oar, allowing for a variety of strokes, forward, backward, steering, and braking, all with subtle shifts of the oar's angle and pressure. The air grew perceptibly cooler as the gondola ventured further from the more open waters of the Grand Canal and into the narrower, more enclosed Rie. The high walls of the palazzi on either side seemed to draw closer, creating a sense of being embraced by the city itself. The occasional glimpse through an open archway or a forgotten gate revealed a hidden courtyard, perhaps with a small wellhead or Vera da Pozzo, at its center, a vital source of fresh water in a city surrounded by salt. These wellheads, often beautifully carved from marble or Istrian stone, collected rainwater filtered through layers of sand, serving as communal gathering points during the day, now silent and shadowed. The quietude was not merely an absence of sound, it was a presence in itself, a tangible quality that enveloped the senses. It invited a slowing of thought, a gentle unwinding of the mind. The rhythmic, almost imperceptible sway of the gondola, combined with the soft lapping of water, created a natural lullaby, a primal comfort. The darkness, too, played its part, reducing visual stimulation and encouraging the mind to turn inward, to find solace in the gentle motion and the muted sensations. The history of Venice, stretching back to the 5th century when refugees from the mainland sought sanctuary from barbarian invasions in the marshy lagoon, was a history of resilience and adaptation. These early settlers, the Veneti, built their homes on stilts and reclaimed land, slowly transforming a collection of muddy islets into a thriving maritime republic. By the medieval period, Venice had become a formidable power, a crossroads of trade between East and West, its merchants sailing to Byzantium, the Levant, and beyond, bringing back spices, silks, and exotic goods that enriched the city and fueled its artistic and architectural splendor. The very canals themselves were not static features but living arteries, constantly maintained and occasionally dredged to ensure navigability. The tides of the Adriatic Sea, entering and exiting the lagoon twice daily, helped to flush the canals, preventing stagnation. This natural phenomenon was crucial for the city's sanitation and health, especially in an era before modern plumbing. The ebb and flow of the tides were an integral part of Venetian life, dictating the movements of boats and influencing the daily routines of its inhabitants. As the gondola rounded a particularly sharp bend, a small, unlit sottoportego, a passageway beneath a building, came into view. These dark tunnels, often leading to hidden squares or other canals, were characteristic features of Venetian urban planning, adding to the city's labyrinthine charm. Passing through one felt like entering a secret realm, the darkness momentarily absolute before emerging into another, equally quiet stretch of water. The coolness beneath the archway was distinct, a momentary chill before the air warmed again. The experience of navigating these canals at night was vastly different from daytime. By day, the canals teemed with life, merchant barges laden with goods, smaller sandali carrying passengers, the shouts of vendors, the chatter of people on bridges. But at night, the city transformed into a hushed, almost ethereal place. The vibrant colors of the buildings faded into shades of gray and black, the intricate details of their facades softened by shadow. The focus shifted from the visual spectacle to the subtle sounds, the gentle movements, and the pervasive sense of peace. The gondolier, with a practiced ease, steered the boat past a small squero, a traditional boatyard where gondolas and other wooden boats were built and repaired. Even in the darkness, the faint outlines of tools and stacks of timber could be discerned, hinting at the skilled craftsmanship that took place here during daylight hours. These squari, often family-run businesses, were vital to the city's maritime culture, preserving ancient techniques of boat building that had been passed down through generations. The scent of wood shavings and tar, usually prominent during the day, was now only a faint whisper on the night air. The absence of artificial light, beyond the occasional dim fanal, allowed the natural starlight to become more pronounced. Above the narrow canyon of the canal, a sliver of the night sky was visible, dotted with countless stars, their distant light shimmering faintly. In an age before widespread urban illumination, the night sky was a constant, awe-inspiring presence, guiding sailors and travelers, and inspiring poets and philosophers. To see it reflected in the dark, still waters of the canal was to witness a double firmament, an infinite expanse above and below. The rhythmic dip and pull of the oar continued, a steady, comforting pulse in the quiet night. Each stroke was a testament to centuries of tradition, a living link to the Venice of the past. The gondola itself, a vessel largely unchanged in its fundamental design for hundreds of years, embodied this continuity. It was a machine of elegant simplicity, perfectly adapted to its unique environment, a testament to the ingenuity of its creators. The stillness of the water was occasionally broken by the passage of a small fish, creating ripples that spread outward, reflecting the faint starlight in fleeting patterns. The lagoon itself was a rich ecosystem, home to various species of fish, shellfish, and birds, all adapted to its brackish waters. Even at night, life continued beneath the surface, a hidden world of activity unseen but sensed. The journey through these nocturnal canals was more than just a physical passage, it was a journey into the heart of Venetian identity. The city was defined by its water, its relationship with the lagoon shaping every aspect of its culture, its economy, and its very existence. To experience it from the water, especially at night, was to connect with its deepest essence, to understand the profound symbiosis between the city and its liquid foundation. The gondola now entered an even narrower Rio, the palazzi on either side almost touching overhead, creating a tunnel-like effect. The air here was cooler still, and the sounds of the city, already faint, vanished almost entirely. This was a realm of profound intimacy, a secret passage known only to those who truly understood the city's hidden pathways. The water here was particularly still, reflecting the dark facades with perfect clarity, creating an illusion of infinite depth. The silence was not empty, it was filled with the subtle nuances of the night, the gentle sigh of the breeze through an unseen archway, the distant hoot of an owl, the soft rustle of leaves from a hidden garden. These were the sounds of a city at rest, a city dreaming. The very stones of the palazzi seemed to hum with the accumulated history of centuries, the whispers of countless lives lived within their walls. The gondolier, a silent guide, continued his work with unwavering focus. His movements, honed by years of practice, were almost meditative, a dance between man, oar, and water. He was a keeper of tradition, a master of his craft, navigating not just the physical canals but also the intangible currents of Venetian history and culture. His presence was reassuring, a silent guardian in the enveloping darkness. The sensation of movement was now almost imperceptible, a gentle glide rather than a propulsion. The gondola seemed to float effortlessly, carried by an unseen current, or perhaps by the sheer will of the night itself. The boundaries between the boat, the water, and the surrounding architecture began to blur, creating a seamless, immersive experience. The world outside, the world of obligations and demands, felt increasingly distant, replaced by this tranquil, timeless realm. The intricate details of the palazzi, so prominent in daylight, were now reduced to abstract forms, the rhythm of windows, the sweep of a balcony, the subtle curve of a doorway. This simplification of form enhanced the sense of peace, removing the distractions of complexity and allowing the mind to simply absorb the overall atmosphere. The interplay of light and shadow, even with minimal illumination, created a dynamic, ever-shifting landscape, each turn revealing a new, subtly different tableau. The journey was a slow, deliberate descent into a state of profound calm. The gentle rocking, the quiet sounds, the enveloping darkness, all conspired to soothe the senses and quiet the internal dialogue. The mind, freed from the constant barrage of external stimuli, began to unwind, to find its own natural rhythm, mirroring the slow, steady pulse of the gondola. The air grew heavier, carrying the distinct scent of damp stone and the faint, earthy aroma of the lagoon floor. These primal smells were comforting, grounding, connecting the experience to the very foundations of the city. They were the sense of ancient earth and timeless water, elements that had shaped Venice from its very inception. The gondola passed a small, unadorned church, its simple brick facade rising directly from the water. These smaller parish churches, often predating the grander basilicas, were the spiritual anchors of their respective neighborhoods, serving the daily needs of the local communities. Their bell towers, or campanili, stood as silent sentinels, their bells now quiet, awaiting the dawn. The presence of these sacred spaces added another layer to the city's nocturnal atmosphere, a sense of enduring faith and quiet contemplation. The water beneath the gondola was so still, so dark, that it seemed to absorb all light, all sound. It was a liquid void, reflecting the faint glimmer of the sky with an almost perfect fidelity. The sensation was one of being suspended between two worlds, the dark, silent water below and the equally dark, star-dusted sky above, with the ancient city rising majestically between them. The journey was nearing its quiet conclusion, not with a sudden stop, but with a gradual, almost imperceptible deceleration. The gondolier's strokes became even softer, even more deliberate, guiding the boat with an exquisite gentleness. The destination was not a specific point on a map, but a state of being, a state of deep, unburdened peace. The world outside the gondola, the world of waking concerns and daily demands, receded further and further, replaced by the soft embrace of the Venetian night. This descent into the quiet heart of the city was a descent into a state of deep, unburdened peace. The ancient stones, the silent water, the dark sky, all conspired to cradle the senses, to hush the mind, and to invite a profound and restorative stillness. The gentle sway of the boat, the hushed sounds of the water, and the pervasive darkness now worked in concert, deepening the sense of calm. Each passing palazzo, each shadowed bridge, each ripple on the water, contributed to a growing tranquility, preparing the way for an even deeper quietude. The gentle sway of the boat, the hushed sounds of the water, and the pervasive darkness now worked in concert, deepening the sense of calm. Each passing palazzo, each shadowed bridge, each ripple on the water, contributed to a growing tranquility, preparing the way for an even deeper quietude. The gondola continued its silent glide, a dark sliver against the darker water, moving through canals that now seemed to belong entirely to the night. The grand palaces, which by day presented an array of vibrant frescoes and intricate marble work, were now reduced to monumental silhouettes. Their elaborate Gothic windows, once catching the sunlight, were now dark, silent eyes gazing out over the water. The occasional faint glow from within, perhaps a single candle burning in a high chamber, only served to emphasize the profound darkness surrounding them. These structures, built on millions of wooden piles driven into the lagoon's mud, stood as enduring testaments to Venetian ingenuity and wealth, their foundations a hidden forest beneath the water. The architecture of Venice, a unique blend of Byzantine, Gothic, and Renaissance styles, took on a different character under the cover of night. The pointed arches of the Gothic period, often adorned with elaborate tracery, became sharp, elegant forms against the sky. The delicate marble columns, which supported balconies and loggias, were now indistinct vertical lines. The very fabric of the city, constructed from Istrian stone, brick, and marble, absorbed the light, creating a tapestry of shadows. This particular stone, imported from the Istrian Peninsula, was prized for its durability and resistance to the corrosive salt air, a crucial quality for a city built upon the sea. Its pale, almost white hue by day now rendered it a ghostly grey in the moonless night. As the gondola rounded a gentle bend, a small, unlit bridge emerged from the gloom. Many of Venice's bridges, especially the smaller ones, were humble affairs in the medieval era. They were often constructed of wood, their planks worn smooth by countless footsteps, or simple stone slabs. These wooden bridges, often lacking high railings, felt more intimate, connecting directly to the silent, dark water below. The stone steps of bridges, worn smooth by centuries of daily passage, would be cool to the touch on a medieval night, a stark contrast to the warmth they might absorb from the sun during the day. Walking across a medieval bridge at night meant trusting the faint light, perhaps a distant lantern or the soft glow of the sky, to guide one's steps over the dark, reflective water. The intricate carvings on bridge balustrades, if they existed on these smaller crossings, would be softened by the dim light, appearing as gentle outlines rather than detailed works of art. Only essential travel or secret rendezvous would disturb the quietude of the canals after midnight. The low arches of many medieval bridges created intimate, shadowy tunnels over the water, transforming a simple passage into a moment of profound enclosure. Many smaller bridges were simple stone slabs, offering a direct, unadorned passage over the dark water. Their practicality was their primary feature, their beauty lying in their unpretentious utility. The sensation of gliding silently in a gondola under a medieval bridge at night was uniquely serene. The water, darker still beneath the arch, would reflect the faint light in distorted patterns, creating an ephemeral ceiling of rippling reflections. Crossing a medieval bridge at night felt like stepping between two worlds, the known land and the mysterious water, a threshold between the solid earth and the fluid depths. Many small bridges were unlit, becoming shadowy thresholds between one quiet canal and another, their presence marked more by the shift in the ambient sound than by any visual cue. The intricate carvings on bridge arches, often depicting saints or heraldic symbols, were often lost to the darkness, becoming mere silhouettes against the slightly less dark sky. Small, unadorned bridges often served as quiet perches for solitary owls or pigeons seeking refuge from the night, their forms barely visible against the dark stone. The ancient bricks of the canal walls, worn smooth by centuries of water, would feel cool and damp to the touch in the darkness, a testament to the constant presence of the lagoon. The only sound from a distant gondola might be the almost silent dip of an oar, barely disturbing the water's surface, a whisper in the vast silence. Some bridges had small, unlit shrines or madonnas, their forms barely discernible in the deep shadows, offering a silent blessing to those who passed. The cold, smooth stone of a bridge railing would be a comforting anchor for a solitary night wanderer, a point of tactile connection in the enveloping darkness. The simple, unadorned bridges felt like ancient sentinels, watching over the sleeping waterways, their silent vigil unbroken for centuries. Stone bridges, worn smooth by centuries of footsteps, would feel cool and damp underfoot during the quiet hours of night, a subtle sensation beneath the soul. Shadows cast by bridge arches would stretch long and deep across the water, creating an illusion of endless tunnels, an invitation to imagine what lay beyond. The reflections of bridge arches in the water formed perfect, ghostly circles in the dark canals, a fleeting geometry on the liquid surface. Wooden bridges, unlit, often felt like silent, dark thresholds between different parts of the sleeping city, their creaks and groans absorbed by the night. The dark, still water beneath the bridges often held a mysterious, inky blackness, concealing whatever lay beneath its surface. Small, private bridges leading to secluded courtyards often remained completely dark, adding to their mystique, hinting at hidden gardens and secret passages. Many medieval Venetian bridges were low-arched, allowing gondolas to pass underneath with only the softest scrape of wood against stone if the tide was high, a gentle reminder of the city's constant interaction with the water. Medieval Venice's bridges, often unadorned, offered silent vantage points to observe the tranquil, dark waters flowing beneath, a quiet stage for the city's nocturnal drama. The deep shadows cast by medieval buildings along the canals made even familiar passages feel mysterious and hushed at night, transforming the known into the subtly unknown. Medieval bridges, often without high parapets, offered an unobstructed view of the dark, reflective canals below, inviting contemplation, a direct communion with the water. The dark arches of medieval bridges, seen from a gondola, appeared as mysterious gateways into the deeper, quieter parts of the city, each one a portal to a new, hushed realm. Medieval bridges, often made of stone, retained the day's warmth, offering a slightly warmer surface for a brief, late-night pause, a subtle comfort in the cool night air. Many medieval bridges connected small, quiet campi, or squares, that became utterly deserted and peaceful after dark, their daytime bustle replaced by profound stillness. Medieval bridges, often steep, offered a momentary elevation that allowed one to gaze over the quiet, dark expanse of the sleeping city's waterways, a silent panorama of the lagoon city. The rhythmic creak of a distant oar was one of the few sounds breaking the evening's tranquility in a sleepy medieval Venice. It was a sound that carried far across the water, a gentle intrusion into the pervasive quiet. Small, private gondolas might have been used for silent, late-night passages, their occupants cloaked in shadow, their movements discreet and purposeful. The gentle sway of a moored gondola could lull one into a peaceful slumber, even within the city's heart, its rocking motion a natural cradle. The occasional distant chime of a campanile bell would drift across the sleepy canals, marking the hours, a timeless reminder of the passage of time in the stillness. Candle lanterns hung from poles on some gondolas might have cast a small, bobbing circle of light on the water, a solitary beacon in the darkness, drawing attention to the quiet movement. The sound of water dripping from an oar, if a gondola passed, would be amplified in the night stillness, each drop a distinct, resonant sound. The only traffic on the canals late at night would be the occasional solitary gondola, moving like a shadow, its presence almost imperceptible. The quiet swish of a gondola's oar through the water was a sound of profound calm in the medieval night, a soft, rhythmic whisper. Gondoliers, if out at night, would navigate by instinct and the subtle currents, their movements almost imperceptible, their knowledge of the waterways ingrained. The occasional splash of a fish jumping in the canal was a rare, startling sound in the nocturnal quiet, a sudden break in the silence. The only movement on the water might be the slow drift of a fallen leaf, guided by the imperceptible current, a gentle dance on the surface. Sleeping residents would often hear the distant, muffled sound of waves breaking on the outer sandbanks of the lagoon, a constant, low murmur from the sea. Only essential workers, like night watchmen or fishermen returning with their catch, would disturb the deep slumber of the city, their tasks dictated by necessity. The rhythmic splash of a small fish jumping near a moored gondola was a gentle reminder of life beneath the surface, a subtle pulse in the darkness. The occasional faint melody of a lute or a quiet song could drift from an open window, adding to the night's serene atmosphere, a fleeting moment of human expression. The soft splash of a small fish jumping in the canal could momentarily break the profound stillness of the night, a brief, sharp sound. The soft glow of a single candle in a small boat might indicate a fisherman checking his nets in the quiet hours, a dedicated soul tending to his livelihood. The sound of distant church bells, muffled by the night, carried a sense of timelessness, echoing through the centuries. The only movement on many canals was the slow, deliberate glide of a water rat, barely disturbing the surface, a creature of the night going about its business. The only sounds drifting from the darkened palaces along the canals were often muffled conversations or the distant strains of a lute, carried softly on the night air, hints of lives lived within. The quiet passage of a lone gondola, propelled by a single, silent oar, would create barely a ripple on the still, dark canal waters, a testament to the gondolier's skill and the profound quiet of the hour. The gondola now moved through a narrower canal, the buildings on either side rising higher, almost meeting overhead, creating a tunnel of darkness. The air here felt cooler, a little heavier, carrying the faint scent of salt and ancient stone. The water, reflecting only the deepest shades of black, seemed to absorb all light, becoming an inky mirror. The occasional small wooden post, a bricola, used for mooring, stood sentinel along the canal edge, its weathered surface a dark texture against the smooth water. These posts, often made of oak or larch, were essential navigational aids and mooring points, their presence a constant feature of the Venetian waterways. The silence here was almost absolute, broken only by the softest gurgle of water against the gondola's hull, a sound so subtle it seemed to be part of the silence itself. The gondolier, a silent figure at the stern, guided the boat with practiced ease, his oar dipping and rising with barely a sound, a fluid extension of his body. His movements were economical, precise, honed by generations of navigation through these intricate waterways. The specific design of the Venetian oar, the remo, and the oarlock, the four-cola, allowed for this unique, silent propulsion, a testament to centuries of adaptation to the city's unique environment. The palaces along this narrow passage were less grand, perhaps the homes of merchants or artisans, their facade simpler, yet still possessing the distinctive Venetian character. Small, iron-barred windows, designed for security, offered no glimpse into the lives within. The plaster on some walls showed signs of age, a subtle flaking revealing layers of history beneath. The foundations of these buildings, like all of Venice, rested on a dense network of wooden piles, driven deep into the clay and sand of the lagoon bed. This ancient technique, perfected over centuries, created a stable platform for the city's weight, a hidden forest beneath the water. A faint, earthy smell rose from the water, a blend of mud, salt, and the unique scent of the lagoon's ecosystem. This smell, so characteristic of Venice, was a constant reminder of the city's intimate connection to its watery environment. The lagoon itself, a complex ecosystem of salt marshes, mudflats, and channels, was a vibrant habitat for numerous species of fish, birds, and marine life. Its delicate balance was crucial to the city's survival, providing both protection and sustenance. The gondola passed beneath another bridge, this one even lower, its stone arch almost brushing the surface of the water. The passage was brief, a momentary immersion in deeper darkness, then emerging into the slightly lighter expanse of the canal beyond. The sound of the water, momentarily amplified by the arch, then softened again, was like a whispered secret. This experience, passing under these ancient arches, was a fundamental part of navigating medieval Venice, a constant interaction with the city's unique infrastructure. The air grew cooler still, a gentle breeze stirring the surface of the water, creating tiny, almost imperceptible ripples. The stars, now unobscured by the narrow confines of the canal, began to appear in greater numbers, their distant light a silver dusting against the velvet blackness of the sky. The celestial sphere, a constant companion in the medieval night, offered a sense of vastness and timelessness. Without the pervasive artificial light of modern cities, the night sky over medieval Venice would have been a breathtaking spectacle, a canvas of countless stars and the Milky Way stretching across the heavens. The only other sound was the distant, almost imperceptible lapping of water against stone, a gentle, rhythmic whisper that seemed to emanate from the very foundations of the city. This sound, a constant presence in Venice, was the heartbeat of the city, a perpetual reminder of its watery existence. The tides, driven by the moon, constantly ebbed and flowed, shaping the city's daily rhythm and its very geography. The understanding and management of these tides were crucial for the Venetians, influencing everything from trade to sanitation. The gondola now entered a wider canal, almost a small Rio, where the buildings receded slightly, allowing for a broader view of the sky. Here, the silence felt even more profound, the expanse of water reflecting the faint starlight, creating a shimmering path. The water's surface, undisturbed by traffic, was like polished obsidian, broken only by the gentle ripples from the gondola's passage. This stillness was a rare commodity in the bustling daytime city, a gift of the deep night. The scent of wood smoke, faint and distant, drifted on the air, perhaps from a late-burning hearth in a nearby palazzo. In medieval Venice, heating was primarily provided by fireplaces, and the smell of wood smoke was a common feature of the city's atmosphere, particularly in the cooler months. The smoke, rising from countless chimneys, would have mingled with the salty air, creating a unique olfactory signature for the city. The journey continued, a slow, deliberate progression through the sleeping city. Each turn of the canal revealed another vista of dark palaces, silent bridges, and reflective water. The sense of being enveloped, cradled by the ancient city, deepened with every passing moment. The city, built on marshland and reclaimed islands, was a testament to human perseverance and ingenuity, a marvel of engineering that defied its natural environment. Its unique foundation, a network of millions of wooden piles, allowed it to float, in a sense, on the water. The occasional faint hoot of an owl, a creature of the night, echoed from a distant campanile, a soft, haunting sound that seemed to underscore the stillness. Owls, often found nesting in the high reaches of bell towers and ancient buildings, were a natural part of the medieval urban soundscape, their calls a familiar nocturnal presence. Their silent flight and keen eyesight made them masters of the night, symbols of wisdom and watchfulness. The gondola moved like a dream, a silent vessel on a silent sea, carrying its passenger deeper into the heart of the night. The concept of time seemed to dissolve, replaced by the gentle rhythm of the water and the profound quiet. The city, usually a vibrant hub of commerce and culture, was now a monument to peace, its energy temporarily suspended. The absence of the daytime clamor, the shouts of merchants, the chatter of crowds, the clang of workshops, created a void filled only by the subtle sounds of the natural world. The darkness was not absolute, but a rich tapestry of shades, from the inky black of the water beneath the bridges to the softer gray of the distant sky. This nuanced darkness allowed the eyes to adjust, revealing subtle details that would be lost in brighter light. The textures of the stone, the patterns of the brickwork, the delicate tracery of the Gothic windows, all emerged from the gloom as faint, ghostly impressions. The air itself felt different now, cooler, crisper, carrying a sense of profound stillness. It was the kind of air that seemed to hold its breath, waiting, observing. The humidity, a constant presence in Venice, felt less oppressive in the cool of the night, allowing for a clearer, more refreshing sensation. The unique microclimate of the lagoon, influenced by both the sea and the surrounding land, contributed to these subtle atmospheric shifts. The gondola gently nudged a small, moss-covered wall, a fleeting contact that produced a soft, scraping sound, quickly absorbed by the water. The moss, a testament to the damp environment, added another layer of texture to the ancient stone, a living carpet on the city's surfaces. This interaction, a gentle caress of the boat against the city's edge, was a reminder of the intimate relationship between vessel and architecture. The journey continued, an unhurried drift through the quiet heart of medieval Venice. The city, with its labyrinthine canals and countless bridges, was a masterpiece of urban planning, a testament to human adaptation to a challenging environment. Each canal, each bridge, each palazzo told a story of centuries of life, trade, and artistry. The very structure of the city, built on a foundation of ingenuity and perseverance, was a source of endless fascination. The sensation of floating, suspended between the dark water and the dark sky, became more pronounced. It was a feeling of weightlessness, of being unburdened, carried gently by the subtle currents. The gondola, with its flat bottom and asymmetrical design, was perfectly suited for navigating these shallow, intricate waterways, a marvel of traditional boat building. Its design had evolved over centuries, each modification a response to the unique demands of the Venetian lagoon. The distant sound of a dog barking, muffled by the stone walls, was a fleeting reminder of life within the sleeping city, a brief echo of the domestic world. Dogs, common companions in medieval households, would have been a familiar sound, their barks carrying across the quiet canals. This brief sound only served to emphasize the prevailing silence, a momentary ripple in the deep calm. The gondola now moved through a section of canal where the buildings were set back slightly, revealing small, enclosed courtyards, or courti. These hidden spaces, often adorned with a wellhead or a small garden, were private havens within the dense urban fabric. By night, they were dark, mysterious pockets, their secrets held close within their ancient walls. The wellheads, often intricately carved, were essential sources of fresh water in a city surrounded by salt, a vital part of Venetian life. The air was still, almost motionless, a heavy blanket of quiet settling over the city. The only movement was the slow, deliberate glide of the gondola, its passage barely disturbing the water's surface. The gentle parting of the water at the bow, and its soft closing at the stern, were the only indications of motion. This profound stillness was a rare and precious commodity, a balm for the senses. The journey was a descent into a deeper state of tranquility, a gentle surrender to the pervasive peace of the medieval night. The ancient stones, the silent water, the dark sky, all conspired to cradle the senses, to hush the mind, and to invite a profound and restorative stillness. The gentle sway of the boat, the hushed sounds of the water, and the pervasive darkness now worked in concert, deepening the sense of calm. Each passing palazzo, each shadowed bridge, each ripple on the water, contributed to a growing tranquility, preparing the way for an even deeper quietude. The city itself, a masterpiece of human endeavor and natural beauty, seemed to hold its breath, inviting a quiet contemplation, a profound sense of peace. The stars above, now clearer and more numerous, twinkled with a serene, ancient light, guiding the silent passage through the heart of the sleeping city. The water, a dark mirror, reflected their distant glow, creating a shimmering, ethereal path. The air, cool and still, carried the subtle sense of salt and damp stone, a gentle perfume of the lagoon. The gondola, a silent vessel, continued its unhurried journey, moving deeper into the profound quiet of the Venetian night. The gondola, a silent vessel, continued its unhurried journey, moving deeper into the profound quiet of the Venetian night. Its long, slender form, designed for the intricate waterways, glided effortlessly, propelled by the skilled hand of the gondolier. This distinctive craft, a symbol of Venice itself, had evolved over centuries, its specific dimensions and construction becoming standardized by the 16th century, though its basic form was already well established in the medieval period. Each gondola was traditionally made from 8 different types of wood: oak, elm, cherry, walnut, lime, larch, fir, and mahogany, each chosen for specific parts of the hull, ensuring both strength and flexibility. The flat bottom allowed it to navigate the shallowest canals, while its asymmetrical hull, longer on the left side, compensated for the weight of the gondolier and the single oar, enabling a straight course with minimal effort. The ferro, the distinctive iron prow ornament, served not only as a counterweight to the gondolier but also held symbolic meaning. Its 6 forward-pointing teeth represented the 6 sestieri, or districts, of Venice: Cannaregio, Castello, San Marco, Dorsogiro, Santa Croce, and San Polo. The backward-pointing tooth symbolized the island of Giudecca, and the S-shaped curve represented the Grand Canal itself. The top, adorned with a doge's hat, paid homage to the city's highest magistrate. This intricate piece of metalwork, both functional and decorative, was a miniature map of the city etched in iron. As the gondola moved, the only sound was the gentle lapping of water against its wooden hull and the soft creak of the oar in its forecola, the intricately carved oarlock. The forecola itself was a masterpiece of craftsmanship, shaped to allow the gondolier multiple positions for rowing, offering precise control and maneuverability in the tightest turns or the widest expanses of the lagoon. Each forecola was custom-made for its gondolier, a testament to the personal connection between the rower and his craft. The canals themselves, the very arteries of Venice, were a marvel of medieval engineering and natural adaptation. Originally, Venice was a collection of small islands in a marshy lagoon, settled by refugees fleeing barbarian invasions from the mainland. Over centuries, these islands were consolidated, reinforced, and connected by a dense network of waterways and bridges. The early Venetians drove millions of wooden piles, primarily larch and oak, into the soft mud to create stable foundations for their buildings. These piles, submerged in oxygen-poor water, did not rot but instead petrified, becoming as hard as stone, a testament to their foresight and ingenuity. The water in the canals, though appearing dark in the night, was constantly refreshed by the tides of the Adriatic Sea, which flowed in and out of the lagoon twice a day. This tidal action was crucial for the city's sanitation, carrying away waste and bringing in fresh seawater. The depth of the canals varied greatly, from shallow or small canals, barely wide enough for a single gondola, to the broad expanse of the Grand Canal, which served as the city's main thoroughfare. The gondola now navigated one of these smaller where the buildings rose directly from the water's edge, their foundations often submerged, their ancient brick and stone walls bearing the marks of centuries of tides. These buildings, many dating back to the Byzantine and Gothic periods, were constructed with a unique Venetian style, characterized by their tall, narrow facades, multiple windows, and often a water gate at the ground level for direct access by boat. The ground floors, known as porti d'acqua, were typically used for storage or as workshops, while the living quarters were on the upper floors, safely above the reach of most high tides. The air grew cooler, carrying the faint scent of wood smoke from distant chimneys, mingling with the ever-present aroma of salt and damp stone. The silence was profound, broken only by the rhythmic dip of the oar and the distant cry of a night bird. The city, usually bustling with the clamor of merchants, the shouts of porters, and the ringing of church bells, was now enveloped in a deep, peaceful slumber. Even the sounds of the distant Rialto, the heart of Venetian commerce, were muted, absorbed by the thick stone walls and the still water. The gondolier, a shadowy figure at the stern, moved with an almost imperceptible grace, his movements economical and precise. His knowledge of the canals was encyclopedic, a lifetime spent navigating these intricate waterways, passed down through generations. He knew the currents, the depths, the hidden turns, and the precise angles required to pass under the low-arched bridges. This intimate understanding of the city's aquatic labyrinth was essential, especially in the pre-modern era when streetlights were non-existent and moonlight was often the only guide. Above, the stars continued their silent vigil, their light reflecting in the dark water, creating a shimmering, ethereal path. The moon, a sliver of silver, cast long, dancing shadows of the buildings onto the water, transforming familiar facades into mysterious, shifting forms. The light was soft, diffused, painting the city in shades of grey and silver, a monochrome masterpiece. The gondola passed beneath a low, stone bridge, its arch worn smooth by centuries of water flow and the passage of countless boats. Medieval bridges in Venice were typically built without parapets or with very low ones, making them more accessible for goods being loaded and unloaded from boats. Many were simple humped-back structures, designed to allow boats to pass underneath while providing a pedestrian crossing above. The construction of these bridges was often a complex undertaking, requiring careful consideration of the tidal flows and the stability of the underlying ground. Each bridge had its own story, its own history. Some were named after nearby churches or noble families, others after the trades practiced in their vicinity. The Ponte dei Pugni, for instance, in the Sestiere of Dorsogiro, was famously known as the Bridge of Fists, where rival factions, the Nicolotti and the Costelloni, would engage in ritualized fist fights, sometimes resulting in combatants being thrown into the canal below. These traditions, though violent, were a part of the vibrant, often boisterous, social fabric of medieval Venice. The gondola emerged from beneath the bridge, and the canal opened slightly into a small, quiet campo, a Venetian square. Unlike the grand piazzas of mainland cities, Venetian campos were often irregular in shape, reflecting the organic growth of the city. They served as the social and economic hubs of their local neighborhoods, hosting markets, wells, and sometimes a small church. In the medieval period, these campos were bustling with activity during the day, but now, under the cloak of night, they were tranquil, their sounds absorbed by the surrounding buildings. In the center of the campo, a wellhead stood, its stone worn smooth by countless hands drawing water over centuries. Public wells were vital to Venetian life, as the city had no natural fresh water sources. Rainwater was collected through an ingenious system of sand filters and cisterns, channeled into these communal wells. The purity of this water was carefully guarded, and the wellheads themselves were often beautifully carved, serving as both utilitarian objects and artistic expressions. The gondola paused for a moment, drifting gently near the edge of the campo, allowing the silent beauty of the scene to unfold. The only movement was the gentle sway of the boat and the almost imperceptible ripple of the water. The air was still, carrying the faint, sweet scent of jasmine from a hidden garden, a rare and precious fragrance in the stone city. The buildings surrounding the campo were a tapestry of architectural styles, reflecting the city's long and varied history. There were older Byzantine structures, characterized by their brickwork and rounded arches, often adorned with marble reliefs imported from the East. Alongside them stood Gothic palaces, with their pointed arches, intricate tracery, and multi-light windows, reflecting the growing influence of Northern European styles, adapted to the Venetian context. These palaces, often built by wealthy merchant families, were both homes and places of business, their ground floors serving as warehouses and offices, while the upper floors housed opulent living spaces. The Venetian Gothic style, known as Gotico Fiorito, or flowering Gothic, was particularly distinctive. It combined the structural elements of Gothic architecture with decorative elements drawn from Byzantine and Islamic art, reflecting Venice's extensive trade networks and cultural exchanges with the East. The Doge's Palace and the Sierra d'Oro are prime examples of this unique style, with their delicate marble lacework, intricate balconies, and vibrant polychromy. The silence of the night was a profound contrast to the daytime bustle. During the day, these canals would be filled with a cacophony of sounds, the shouts of gondoliers, the calls of street vendors selling their wares from boats, the clatter of goods being loaded and unloaded, and the general hum of a thriving port city. But now, all that was hushed, replaced by the soft whispers of the water and the gentle sigh of the night breeze. The gondolier, with a subtle shift of his weight and a gentle push of the oar, guided the boat away from the campo, back into the narrower confines of the Rhe. The passage became more intimate, the buildings seeming to lean in closer, their ancient walls almost touching overhead. The light, already dim, became even softer, filtered by the narrow gap between the towering structures. The foundations of these buildings, submerged in the canal, were a testament to the ingenuity of Venetian builders. The wooden piles, driven deep into the lagoon's clay and sand, were then capped with Istrian stone, a dense, impermeable limestone quarried from the Istrian Peninsula, now part of Croatia. This stone, resistant to saltwater erosion, formed a crucial barrier between the wooden piles and the brickwork above, protecting the structures from the corrosive effects of the lagoon. The brickwork itself was often exposed, revealing the warm, earthy tones of the fired clay. Venetian bricks were typically smaller and lighter than those used on the mainland, making them easier to transport and handle in the challenging environment of the lagoon. The mortar used was often a mix of lime and sand, sometimes reinforced with crushed brick or pozzolana, a volcanic ash, to enhance its durability and resistance to moisture. As the gondola moved deeper into the labyrinthine canals, the sense of being transported back in time intensified. The absence of modern sounds, the soft, flickering light of distant candles in windows, the ancient architecture, all contributed to an immersive experience of medieval Venice. This was a city that had resisted the encroachment of the automobile, a city where the primary mode of transport remained, as it had for centuries, by boat or on foot. The gondolier's oar, made of a single piece of beechwood, moved with a silent grace, its blade barely disturbing the water. The art of gondola rowing, known as voga alla veneta, was a unique technique, distinct from traditional rowing. It involved standing at the stern, facing forward, and propelling the boat with a single oar, using a complex series of pushes, pulls, and twists to steer and maneuver. This technique allowed for unparalleled control and agility, essential for navigating the narrow, winding canals. The silence was occasionally punctuated by the distant chime of a church bell, its sound carrying across the water, mellowed by the night air. Venice, in the medieval period, was a city of hundreds of churches, each with its own campanile, or bell tower. These bells marked the hours, called the faithful to prayer, and served as a vital means of communication across the city. Their chimes, often deep and resonant, added to the atmospheric tapestry of the Venetian night. The gondola passed by a small, enclosed garden, its walls draped with ivy, a rare splash of green in the stone-dominated cityscape. These private gardens, often hidden behind high walls, were precious oases in medieval Venice, providing a respite from the crowded urban environment. They were often cultivated with herbs, vegetables, and fruit trees, as well as ornamental plants, offering a glimpse of nature within the heart of the city. The faint scent of damp earth and growing things wafted gently from within. The water, a dark, reflective surface, mirrored the sky above, creating a sense of infinite depth. The stars, now more numerous and brilliant, seemed to extend downwards into the watery abyss, blurring the line between the celestial and the terrestrial. This interplay of light and reflection was a constant feature of Venetian life, transforming the city into a constantly shifting, shimmering canvas. The gondola turned a corner, and a small, arched doorway, barely visible in the dim light, appeared at the water's edge. This was a porta d'acqua, a water gate, providing direct access from the canal to the ground floor of a building. In medieval Venice, many noble palaces and merchant houses had such gates, allowing goods and people to be transported directly by boat into their private courtyards or warehouses. These gates were often secured by heavy wooden doors, sometimes reinforced with iron, to protect against both intruders and the occasional high tide. The sound of the water against the hull was a gentle lullaby, a constant, soothing presence. The city, in its nocturnal embrace, seemed to breathe with a slow, rhythmic pulse. The air, cool and still, carried the subtle sense of salt and damp stone, a gentle perfume of the lagoon, a signature aroma of Venice. The gondola continued its unhurried journey, moving deeper into the profound quiet of the Venetian night. The journey was not about reaching a destination, but about the experience of passage itself, a silent communion with the ancient city. Each turn of the canal revealed a new vista, a different interplay of light and shadow, a fresh perspective on the timeless beauty of Venice. The architecture of the buildings along the canals was not merely functional, but deeply symbolic. The facades, often richly decorated with marble and sculpture, were a public display of wealth and status. The fondico, a combination of warehouse, office, and residence, was a characteristic Venetian building type, reflecting the city's mercantile spirit. The ground floor served as a warehouse, the first floor as offices and reception rooms, and the upper floors as living quarters. The most famous example, the Fondico dei Turchi, though much restored, gives an idea of the grandeur of these structures. The intricate network of canals and bridges was not just a means of transport, but also a defensive system. The shallow, marshy lagoon made it difficult for invading armies to approach the city, and the labyrinthine waterways within the city itself made it challenging for any land-based force to navigate or conquer. This natural defense, combined with Venice's powerful navy, ensured its independence and prosperity for centuries. The gondola now passed a particularly old building, its stone walls darkened by time and moisture, its windows small and irregularly placed. This might have been a medieval workshop, perhaps a glassblower's studio, or a textile dyeing house. Venice was renowned for its craftsmanship, particularly in glass, textiles, and shipbuilding. The glass industry, concentrated on the island of Murano, produced exquisite works of art that were highly prized across Europe. The textile industry, especially silk and wool, also flourished, contributing significantly to Venice's immense wealth. The silence was broken only by the gentle lapping of water against the wooden hull and the soft creak of the oar in its forecola. The gondolier, a silent sentinel, continued his rhythmic motion, his silhouette a part of the ancient cityscape. His movements were fluid, almost meditative, a dance between man and water. The stars above, now clearer and more numerous, twinkled with a serene, ancient light, guiding the silent passage through the heart of the sleeping city. The water, a dark mirror, reflected their distant glow, creating a shimmering, ethereal path. The air, cool and still, carried the subtle sense of salt and damp stone, a gentle perfume of the lagoon. The gondola, a silent vessel, continued its unhurried journey, moving deeper into the profound quiet of the Venetian night, a quiet that seemed to hold the very essence of time itself. The city, in its slumber, revealed a different aspect of its character, one of profound tranquility and ancient endurance. The sounds of the day, the shouts of merchants, the clatter of goods, the ringing of church bells, all faded into the background, replaced by the soft whispers of the water and the gentle sigh of the night breeze. This was the Venice that existed beneath the surface of its bustling commerce, a city of quiet beauty and enduring mystery. The gondola passed under another bridge, its arch a dark silhouette against the faintly luminous sky. The underside of the bridge was often covered in a thin layer of algae and moss, giving it a soft, velvety texture in the dim light. The passage beneath was brief, a momentary enclosure before emerging back into the open canal, where the sky once again stretched above. The water, a dark, reflective surface, mirrored the sky above, creating a sense of infinite depth. The stars, now more numerous and brilliant, seemed to extend downwards into the watery abyss, blurring the line between the celestial and the terrestrial. This interplay of light and reflection was a constant feature of Venetian life, transforming the city into a constantly shifting, shimmering canvas. The gondolier, with a subtle shift of his weight and a gentle push of the oar, guided the boat away from the campo, back into the narrower confines of the Rhe. The passage became more intimate, the buildings seeming to lean in closer, their ancient walls almost touching overhead. The light, already dim, became even softer, filtered by the narrow gap between the towering structures. The foundations of these buildings, submerged in the canal, were a testament to the ingenuity of Venetian builders. The wooden piles, driven deep into the lagoon's clay and sand, were then capped with Istrian stone, a dense, impermeable limestone quarried from the Istrian Peninsula, now part of Croatia. This stone, resistant to saltwater erosion, formed a crucial barrier between the wooden piles and the brickwork above, protecting the structures from the corrosive effects of the lagoon. The brickwork itself was often exposed, revealing the warm, earthy tones of the fired clay. Venetian bricks were typically smaller and lighter than those used on the mainland, making them easier to transport and handle in the challenging environment of the lagoon. The mortar used was often a mix of lime and sand, sometimes reinforced with crushed brick or pozzolana, a volcanic ash, to enhance its durability and resistance to moisture. As the gondola moved deeper into the labyrinthine canals, the sense of being transported back in time intensified. The absence of modern sounds, the soft, flickering light of distant candles in windows, the ancient architecture, all contributed to an immersive experience of medieval Venice. This was a city that had resisted the encroachment of the automobile, a city where the primary mode of transport remained, as it had for centuries, by boat or on foot. The gondolier's oar, made of a single piece of beechwood, moved with a silent grace, its blade barely disturbing the water. The art of gondola rowing, known as voga alla veneta, was a unique technique, distinct from traditional rowing. It involved standing at the stern, facing forward, and propelling the boat with a single oar, using a complex series of pushes, pulls, and twists to steer and maneuver. This technique allowed for unparalleled control and agility, essential for navigating the narrow, winding canals. The silence was occasionally punctuated by the distant chime of a church bell, its sound carrying across the water, mellowed by the night air. Venice, in the medieval period, was a city of hundreds of churches, each with its own campanile, or bell tower. These bells marked the hours, called the faithful to prayer, and served as a vital means of communication across the city. Their chimes, often deep and resonant, added to the atmospheric tapestry of the Venetian night. The gondola passed by a small, enclosed garden, its walls draped with ivy, a rare splash of green in the stone-dominated cityscape. These private gardens, often hidden behind high walls, were precious oases in medieval Venice, providing a respite from the crowded urban environment. They were often cultivated with herbs, vegetables, and fruit trees, as well as ornamental plants, offering a glimpse of nature within the heart of the city. The faint scent of damp earth and growing things wafted gently from within. The water, a dark, reflective surface, mirrored the sky above, creating a sense of infinite depth. The stars, now more numerous and brilliant, seemed to extend downwards into the watery abyss, blurring the line between the celestial and the terrestrial. This interplay of light and reflection was a constant feature of Venetian life, transforming the city into a constantly shifting, shimmering canvas. The gondola turned a corner, and a small, arched doorway, barely visible in the dim light, appeared at the water's edge. This was a porta d'acqua, a water gate, providing direct access from the canal to the ground floor of a building. In medieval Venice, many noble palaces and merchant houses had such gates, allowing goods and people to be transported directly by boat into their private courtyards or warehouses. These gates were often secured by heavy wooden doors, sometimes reinforced with iron, to protect against both intruders and the occasional high tide. The sound of the water against the hull was a gentle lullaby, a constant, soothing presence. The city, in its nocturnal embrace, seemed to breathe with a slow, rhythmic pulse. The air, cool and still, carried the subtle sense of salt and damp stone, a gentle perfume of the lagoon, a signature aroma of Venice. The gondola continued its unhurried journey, moving deeper into the profound quiet of the Venetian night. The journey was not about reaching a destination, but about the experience of passage itself, a silent communion with the ancient city. Each turn of the canal revealed a new vista, a different interplay of light and shadow, a fresh perspective on the timeless beauty of Venice. The architecture of the buildings along the canals was not merely functional, but deeply symbolic. The facades, often richly decorated with marble and sculpture, were a public display of wealth and status. The fondico, a combination of warehouse, office, and residence, was a characteristic Venetian building type, reflecting the city's mercantile spirit. The ground floor served as a warehouse, the first floor as offices and reception rooms, and the upper floors as living quarters. The most famous example, the Fondico dei Turchi, though much restored, gives an idea of the grandeur of these structures. The intricate network of canals and bridges was not just a means of transport, but also a defensive system. The shallow, marshy lagoon made it difficult for invading armies to approach the city, and the labyrinthine waterways within the city itself made it challenging for any land-based force to navigate or conquer. This natural defense, combined with Venice's powerful navy, ensured its independence and prosperity for centuries. The gondola now passed a particularly old building, its stone walls darkened by time and moisture, its windows small and irregularly placed. This might have been a medieval workshop, perhaps a glassblower's studio, or a textile dyeing house. Venice was renowned for its craftsmanship, particularly in glass, textiles, and shipbuilding. The glass industry, concentrated on the island of Murano, produced exquisite works of art that were highly prized across Europe. The textile industry, especially silk and wool, also flourished, contributing significantly to Venice's immense wealth. The silence was broken only by the gentle lapping of water against the wooden hull and the soft creak of the oar in its forecola. The gondolier, a silent sentinel, continued his rhythmic motion, his silhouette a part of the ancient cityscape. His movements were fluid, almost meditative, a dance between man and water. The stars above, now clearer and more numerous, twinkled with a serene, ancient light, guiding the silent passage through the heart of the sleeping city. The water, a dark mirror, reflected their distant glow, creating a shimmering, ethereal path. The air, cool and still, carried the subtle sense of salt and damp stone, a gentle perfume of the lagoon. The gondola, a silent vessel, continued its unhurried journey, moving deeper into the profound quiet of the Venetian night, a quiet that seemed to hold the very essence of time itself. The city, in its slumber, revealed a different aspect of its character, one of profound tranquility and ancient endurance. The sounds of the day, the shouts of merchants, the clatter of goods, the ringing of church bells, all faded into the background, replaced by the soft whispers of the water and the gentle sigh of the night breeze. This was the Venice that existed beneath the surface of its bustling commerce, a city of quiet beauty and enduring mystery. The gondola passed under another bridge, its arch a dark silhouette against the faintly luminous sky. The underside of the bridge was often covered in a thin layer of algae and moss, giving it a soft, velvety texture in the dim light. The passage beneath was brief, a momentary enclosure before emerging back into the open canal, where the sky once again stretched above. The water, a dark, reflective surface, mirrored the sky above, creating a sense of infinite depth. The stars, now more numerous and brilliant, seemed to extend downwards into the watery abyss, blurring the line between the celestial and the terrestrial. This interplay of light and reflection was a constant feature of Venetian life, transforming the city into a constantly shifting, shimmering canvas. The gondolier, with a subtle shift of his weight and a gentle push of the oar, guided the boat away from the campo, back into the narrower confines of the Rhe. The passage became more intimate, the buildings seeming to lean in closer, their ancient walls almost touching overhead. The light, already dim, became even softer, filtered by the narrow gap between the towering structures. The foundations of these buildings, submerged in the canal, were a testament to the ingenuity of Venetian builders. The wooden piles, driven deep into the lagoon's clay and sand, were then capped with Istrian stone, a dense, impermeable limestone quarried from the Istrian Peninsula, now part of Croatia. This stone, resistant to saltwater erosion, formed a crucial barrier between the wooden piles and the brickwork above, protecting the structures from the corrosive effects of the lagoon. The brickwork itself was often exposed, revealing the warm, earthy tones of the fired clay. Venetian bricks were typically smaller and lighter than those used on the mainland, making them easier to transport and handle in the challenging environment of the lagoon. The mortar used was often a mix of lime and sand, sometimes reinforced with crushed brick or pozzolana, a volcanic ash, to enhance its durability and resistance to moisture. As the gondola moved deeper into the labyrinthine canals, the sense of being transported back in time intensified. The absence of modern sounds, the soft, flickering light of distant candles in windows, the ancient architecture, all contributed to an immersive experience of medieval Venice. This was a city that had resisted the encroachment of the automobile, a city where the primary mode of transport remained, as it had for centuries, by boat or on foot. The gondolier's oar, made of a single piece of beechwood, moved with a silent grace, its blade barely disturbing the water. The art of gondola rowing, known as voga alla veneta, was a unique technique, distinct from traditional rowing. It involved standing at the stern, facing forward, and propelling the boat with a single oar, using a complex series of pushes, pulls, and twists to steer and maneuver. This technique allowed for unparalleled control and agility, essential for navigating the narrow, winding canals. The silence was occasionally punctuated by the distant chime of a church bell, its sound carrying across the water, mellowed by the night air. Venice, in the medieval period, was a city of hundreds of churches, each with its own campanile, or bell tower. These bells marked the hours, called the faithful to prayer, and served as a vital means of communication across the city. Their chimes, often deep and resonant, added to the atmospheric tapestry of the Venetian night. The gondola passed by a small, enclosed garden, its walls draped with ivy, a rare splash of green in the stone-dominated cityscape. These private gardens, often hidden behind high walls, were precious oases in medieval Venice, providing a respite from the crowded urban environment. They were often cultivated with herbs, vegetables, and fruit trees, as well as ornamental plants, offering a glimpse of nature within the heart of the city. The faint scent of damp earth and growing things wafted gently from within. The water, a dark, reflective surface, mirrored the sky above, creating a sense of infinite depth. The stars, now more numerous and brilliant, seemed to extend downwards into the watery abyss, blurring the line between the celestial and the terrestrial. This interplay of light and reflection was a constant feature of Venetian life, transforming the city into a constantly shifting, shimmering canvas. The gondola turned a corner, and a small, arched doorway, barely visible in the dim light, appeared at the water's edge. This was a porta d'acqua, a water gate, providing direct access from the canal to the ground floor of a building. In medieval Venice, many noble palaces and merchant houses had such gates, allowing goods and people to be transported directly by boat into their private courtyards or warehouses. These gates were often secured by heavy wooden doors, sometimes reinforced with iron, to protect against both intruders and the occasional high tide. The sound of the water against the hull was a gentle lullaby, a constant, soothing presence. The city, in its nocturnal embrace, seemed to breathe with a slow, rhythmic pulse. The air, cool and still, carried the subtle sense of salt and damp stone, a gentle perfume of the lagoon, a signature aroma of Venice. The gondola continued its unhurried journey, moving deeper into the profound quiet of the Venetian night. The journey was not about reaching a destination, but about the experience of passage itself, a silent communion with the ancient city. Each turn of the canal revealed a new vista, a different interplay of light and shadow, a fresh perspective on the timeless beauty of Venice. The architecture of the buildings along the canals was not merely functional, but deeply symbolic. The facades, often richly decorated with marble and sculpture, were a public display of wealth and status. The fondico, a combination of warehouse, office, and residence, was a characteristic Venetian building type, reflecting the city's mercantile spirit. The ground floor served as a warehouse, the first floor as offices and reception rooms, and the upper floors as living quarters. The most famous example, the Fondico dei Turchi, though much restored, gives an idea of the grandeur of these structures. The intricate network of canals and bridges was not just a means of transport, but also a defensive system. The shallow, marshy lagoon made it difficult for invading armies to approach the city, and the labyrinthine waterways within the city itself made it challenging for any land-based force to navigate or conquer. This natural defense, combined with Venice's powerful navy, ensured its independence and prosperity for centuries. The gondola now passed a particularly old building, its stone walls darkened by time and moisture, its windows small and irregularly placed. This might have been a medieval workshop, perhaps a glassblower's studio, or a textile dyeing house. Venice was renowned for its craftsmanship, particularly in glass, textiles, and shipbuilding. The glass industry, concentrated on the island of Murano, produced exquisite works of art that were highly prized across Europe. The textile industry, especially silk and wool, also flourished, contributing significantly to Venice's immense wealth. The silence was broken only by the gentle lapping of water against the wooden hull and the soft creak of the oar in its forecola. The gondolier, a silent sentinel, continued his rhythmic motion, his silhouette a part of the ancient cityscape. His movements were fluid, almost meditative, a dance between man and water. The stars above, now clearer and more numerous, twinkled with a serene, ancient light, guiding the silent passage through the heart of the sleeping city. The water, a dark mirror, reflected their distant glow, creating a shimmering, ethereal path. The air, cool and still, carried the subtle sense of salt and damp stone, a gentle perfume of the lagoon. The gondola, a silent vessel, continued its unhurried journey, moving deeper into the profound quiet of the Venetian night, a quiet that seemed to hold the very essence of time itself. The city, in its slumber, revealed a different aspect of its character, one of profound tranquility and ancient endurance. The sounds of the day, the shouts of merchants, the clatter of goods, the ringing of church bells, all faded into the background, replaced by the soft whispers of the water and the gentle sigh of the night breeze. This was the Venice that existed beneath the surface of its bustling commerce, a city of quiet beauty and enduring mystery. The gondola passed under another bridge, its arch a dark silhouette against the faintly luminous sky. The underside of the bridge was often covered in a thin layer of algae and moss, giving it a soft, velvety texture in the dim light. The passage beneath was brief, a momentary enclosure before emerging back into the open canal, where the sky once again stretched above. The water, a dark, reflective surface, mirrored the sky above, creating a sense of infinite depth. The stars, now more numerous and brilliant, seemed to extend downwards into the watery abyss, blurring the line between the celestial and the terrestrial. This interplay of light and reflection was a constant feature of Venetian life, transforming the city into a constantly shifting, shimmering canvas. The gondolier, with a subtle shift of his weight and a gentle push of the oar, guided the boat away from the campo, back into the narrower confines of the Rhe. The passage became more intimate, the buildings seeming to lean in closer, their ancient walls almost touching overhead. The light, already dim, became even softer, filtered by the narrow gap between the towering structures. The foundations of these buildings, submerged in the canal, were a testament to the ingenuity of Venetian builders. The wooden piles, driven deep into the lagoon's clay and sand, were then capped with Istrian stone, a dense, impermeable limestone quarried from the Istrian Peninsula, now part of Croatia. This stone, resistant to saltwater erosion, formed a crucial barrier between the wooden piles and the brickwork above, protecting the structures from the corrosive effects of the lagoon. The brickwork itself was often exposed, revealing the warm, earthy tones of the fired clay. Venetian bricks were typically smaller and lighter than those used on the mainland, making them easier to transport and handle in the challenging environment of the lagoon. The mortar used was often a mix of lime and sand, sometimes reinforced with crushed brick or pozzolana, a volcanic ash, to enhance its durability and resistance to moisture. As the gondola moved deeper into the labyrinthine canals, the sense of being transported back in time intensified. The absence of modern sounds, the soft, flickering light of distant candles in windows, the ancient architecture, all contributed to an immersive experience of medieval Venice. This was a city that had resisted the encroachment of the automobile, a city where the primary mode of transport remained, as it had for centuries, by boat or on foot. The gondolier's oar, made of a single piece of beechwood, moved with a silent grace, its blade barely disturbing the water. The art of gondola rowing, known as voga alla veneta, was a unique technique, distinct from traditional rowing. It involved standing at the stern, facing forward, and propelling the boat with a single oar, using a complex series of pushes, pulls, and twists to steer and maneuver. This technique allowed for unparalleled control and agility, essential for navigating the narrow, winding canals. The silence was occasionally punctuated by the distant chime of a church bell, its sound carrying across the water, mellowed by the night air. Venice, in the medieval period, was a city of hundreds of churches, each with its own campanile, or bell tower. These bells marked the hours, called the faithful to prayer, and served as a vital means of communication across the city. Their chimes, often deep and resonant, added to the atmospheric tapestry of the Venetian night. The gondola passed by a small, enclosed garden, its walls draped with ivy, a rare splash of green in the stone-dominated cityscape. These private gardens, often hidden behind high walls, were precious oases in medieval Venice, providing a respite from the crowded urban environment. They were often cultivated with herbs, vegetables, and fruit trees, as well as ornamental plants, offering a glimpse of nature within the heart of the city. The faint scent of damp earth and growing things wafted gently from within. The water, a dark, reflective surface, mirrored the sky above, creating a sense of infinite depth. The stars, now more numerous and brilliant, seemed to extend downwards into the watery abyss, blurring the line between the celestial and the terrestrial. This interplay of light and reflection was a constant feature of Venetian life, transforming the city into a constantly shifting, shimmering canvas. The gondola turned a corner, and a small, arched doorway, barely visible in the dim light, appeared at the water's edge. This was a porta d'acqua, a water gate, providing direct access from the canal to the ground floor of a building. In medieval Venice, many noble palaces and merchant houses had such gates, allowing goods and people to be transported directly by boat into their private courtyards or warehouses. These gates were often secured by heavy wooden doors, sometimes reinforced with iron, to protect against both intruders and the occasional high tide. The sound of the water against the hull was a gentle lullaby, a constant, soothing presence. The city, in its nocturnal embrace, seemed to breathe with a slow, rhythmic pulse. The air, cool and still, carried the subtle sense of salt and damp stone, a gentle perfume of the lagoon, a signature aroma of Venice. The gondola continued its unhurried journey, moving deeper into the profound quiet of the Venetian night. The journey was not about reaching a destination, but about the experience of passage itself, a silent communion with the ancient city. Each turn of the canal revealed a new vista, a different interplay of light and shadow, a fresh perspective on the timeless beauty of Venice. The architecture of the buildings along the canals was not merely functional, but deeply symbolic. The facades, often richly decorated with marble and sculpture, were a public display of wealth and status. The fondico, a combination of warehouse, office, and residence, was a characteristic Venetian building type, reflecting the city's mercantile spirit. The ground floor served as a warehouse, the first floor as offices and reception rooms, and the upper floors as living quarters. The most famous example, the Fondico dei Turchi, though much restored, gives an idea of the grandeur of these structures. The intricate network of canals and bridges was not just a means of transport, but also a defensive system. The shallow, marshy lagoon made it difficult for invading armies to approach the city, and the labyrinthine waterways within the city itself made it challenging for any land-based force to navigate or conquer. This natural defense, combined with Venice's powerful navy, ensured its independence and prosperity for centuries. The gondola now passed a particularly old building, its stone walls darkened by time and moisture, its windows small and irregularly placed. This might have been a medieval workshop, perhaps a glassblower's studio, or a textile dyeing house. Venice was renowned for its craftsmanship, particularly in glass, textiles, and shipbuilding. The glass industry, concentrated on the island of Murano, produced exquisite works of art that were highly prized across Europe. The textile industry, especially silk and wool, also flourished, contributing significantly to Venice's immense wealth. The silence was broken only by the gentle lapping of water against the wooden hull and the soft creak of the oar in its forecola. The gondolier, a silent sentinel, continued his rhythmic motion, his silhouette a part of the ancient cityscape. His movements were fluid, almost meditative, a dance between man and water. The stars above, now clearer and more numerous, twinkled with a serene, ancient light, guiding the silent passage through the heart of the sleeping city. The water, a dark mirror, reflected their distant glow, creating a shimmering, ethereal path. The air, cool and still, carried the subtle sense of salt and damp stone, a gentle perfume of the lagoon. The gondola, a silent vessel, continued its unhurried journey, moving deeper into the profound quiet of the Venetian night, a quiet that seemed to hold the very essence of time itself. The city, in its slumber, revealed a different aspect of its character, one of profound tranquility and ancient endurance. The sounds of the day, the shouts of merchants, the clatter of goods, the ringing of church bells, all faded into the background, replaced by the soft whispers of the water and the gentle sigh of the night breeze. This was the Venice that existed beneath the surface of its bustling commerce, a city of quiet beauty and enduring mystery. The gondola passed under another bridge, its arch a dark silhouette against the faintly luminous sky. The underside of the bridge was often covered in a thin layer of algae and moss, giving it a soft, velvety texture in the dim light. The passage beneath was brief, a momentary enclosure before emerging back into the open canal, where the sky once again stretched above. The water, a dark, reflective surface, mirrored the sky above, creating a sense of infinite depth. The stars, now more numerous and brilliant, seemed to extend downwards into the watery abyss, blurring the line between the celestial and the terrestrial. This interplay of light and reflection was a constant feature of Venetian life, transforming the city into a constantly shifting, shimmering canvas. The gondolier, with a subtle shift of his weight and a gentle push of the oar, guided the boat away from the campo, back into the narrower confines of the Rhe. The passage became more intimate, the buildings seeming to lean in closer, their ancient walls almost touching overhead. The light, already dim, became even softer, filtered by the narrow gap between the towering structures. The foundations of these buildings, submerged in the canal, were a testament to the ingenuity of Venetian builders. The wooden piles, driven deep into the lagoon's clay and sand, were then capped with Istrian stone, a dense, impermeable limestone quarried from the Istrian peninsula, now part of Croatia. This stone, resistant to saltwater erosion, formed a crucial barrier between the wooden piles and the brickwork above, protecting the structures from the corrosive effects of the lagoon. The brickwork itself was often exposed, revealing the warm, earthy tones of the fired clay. Venetian bricks were typically smaller and lighter than those used on the mainland, making them easier to transport and handle in the challenging environment of the lagoon. The mortar used was often a mix of lime and sand, sometimes reinforced with crushed brick or pozzolana, a volcanic ash, to enhance its durability and resistance to moisture. As the gondola moved deeper into the labyrinthine canals, the sense of being transported back in time intensified. The absence of modern sounds, the soft, flickering light of distant candles in windows, the ancient architecture, all contributed to an immersive experience of medieval Venice. This was a city that had resisted the encroachment of the automobile, a city where the primary mode of transport remained, as it had for centuries, by boat or on foot. The gondolier's oar, made of a single piece of beechwood, moved with a silent grace, its blade barely disturbing the water. The art of gondola rowing, known as voga alla veneta, was a unique technique, distinct from traditional rowing. It involved standing at the stern, facing forward, and propelling the boat with a single oar, using a complex series of pushes, pulls, and twists to steer and maneuver. This technique allowed for unparalleled control and agility, essential for navigating the narrow, winding canals. The silence was occasionally punctuated by the distant chime of a church bell, its sound carrying across the water, mellowed by the night air. Venice, in the medieval period, was a city of hundreds of churches, each with its own campanile, or bell tower. These bells marked the hours, called the faithful to prayer, and served as a vital means of communication across the city. Their chimes, often deep and resonant, added to the atmospheric tapestry of the Venetian night. The gondola passed by a small, enclosed garden, its walls draped with ivy, a rare splash of green in the stone-dominated cityscape. These private gardens, often hidden behind high walls, were precious oases in medieval Venice, providing a respite from the crowded urban environment. They were often cultivated with herbs, vegetables, and fruit trees, as well as ornamental plants, offering a glimpse of nature within the heart of the city. The faint scent of damp earth and growing things wafted gently from within. The water, a dark, reflective surface, mirrored the sky above, creating a sense of infinite depth. The stars, now more numerous and brilliant, seemed to extend downwards into the watery abyss, blurring the line between the celestial and the terrestrial. This interplay of light and reflection was a constant feature of Venetian life, transforming the city into a constantly shifting, shimmering canvas. The gondola turned a corner, and a small, arched doorway, barely visible in the dim light, appeared at the water's edge. This was a porta d'acqua, a water gate, providing direct access from the canal to the ground floor of a building. In medieval Venice, many noble palaces and merchant houses had such gates, allowing goods and people to be transported directly by boat into their private courtyards or warehouses. These gates were often secured by heavy wooden doors, sometimes reinforced with iron, to protect against both intruders and the occasional high tide. The sound of the water against the hull was a gentle lullaby, a constant, soothing presence. The city, in its nocturnal embrace, seemed to breathe with a slow, rhythmic pulse. The air, cool and still, carried the subtle sense of salt and damp stone, a gentle perfume of the lagoon, a signature aroma of Venice. The gondola continued its unhurried journey, moving deeper into the profound quiet of the Venetian night. The journey was not about reaching a destination, but about the experience of passage itself, a silent communion with the ancient city. Each turn of the canal revealed a new vista, a different interplay of light and shadow, a fresh perspective on the timeless beauty of Venice. The architecture of the buildings along the canals was not merely functional, but deeply symbolic. The facades, often richly decorated with marble and sculpture, were a public display of wealth and status. The fondico, a combination of warehouse, office, and residence, was a characteristic Venetian building type, reflecting the city's mercantile spirit. The ground floor served as a warehouse, the first floor as offices and reception rooms, and the upper floors as living quarters. The most famous example, the Fondico dei Turchi, though much restored, gives an idea of the grandeur of these structures. The intricate network of canals and bridges was not just a means of transport, but also a defensive system. The shallow, marshy lagoon made it difficult for invading armies to approach the city, and the labyrinthine waterways within the city itself made it challenging for any land-based force to navigate or conquer. This natural defense, combined with Venice's powerful navy, ensured its independence and prosperity for centuries. The gondola now passed a particularly old building, its stone walls darkened by time and moisture, its windows small and irregularly placed. This might have been a medieval workshop, perhaps a glassblower's studio, or a textile dyeing house. Venice was renowned for its craftsmanship, particularly in glass, textiles, and shipbuilding. The glass industry, concentrated on the island of Murano, produced exquisite works of art that were highly prized across Europe. The textile industry, especially silk and wool, also flourished, contributing significantly to Venice's immense wealth. The silence was broken only by the gentle lapping of water against the wooden hull and the soft creak of the oar in its forecola. The gondolier, a silent sentinel, continued his rhythmic motion, his silhouette a part of the ancient cityscape. His movements were fluid, almost meditative, a dance between man and water. The stars above, now clearer and more numerous, twinkled with a serene, ancient light, guiding the silent passage through the heart of the sleeping city. The water, a dark mirror, reflected their distant glow, creating a shimmering, ethereal path. The air, cool and still, carried the subtle sense of salt and damp stone, a gentle perfume of the lagoon. The gondola, a silent vessel, continued its unhurried journey, moving deeper into the profound quiet of the Venetian night, a quiet that seemed to hold the very essence of time itself. The city, in its slumber, revealed a different aspect of its character, one of profound tranquility and ancient endurance. The sounds of the day, the shouts of merchants, the clatter of goods, the ringing of church bells, all faded into the background, replaced by the soft whispers of the water and the gentle sigh of the night breeze. This was the Venice that existed beneath the surface of its bustling commerce, a city of quiet beauty and enduring mystery, inviting a deeper sense of calm with each passing moment. The soft whispers of the water and the gentle sigh of the night breeze now carried a different narrative, one less about the day's commerce and more about the enduring spirit of Venice itself. This city, built on a labyrinth of islands and waterways, had always possessed a unique relationship with the sea, a bond forged through necessity and ambition. Its very foundation, laid upon countless wooden piles driven deep into the muddy seabed, spoke of human ingenuity confronting nature's challenges. These piles, often made from oak or larch, were sourced from the dense forests of the mainland, transported across the lagoon, and then meticulously hammered into place by teams of laborious. The process was arduous, a testament to the collective will of the early Venetians who envisioned a city where none should logically exist. Each building, from the grandest palazzo to the humblest dwelling, rested upon this intricate subaquatic forest. Over centuries, these wooden foundations, submerged below the oxygen-poor waterline, petrified, transforming into a stone-like substance that provided remarkable stability. This silent, unseen architecture was the true bedrock of Venice, a hidden marvel that allowed its magnificent structures to rise above the waves. The Grand Canal, the city's primary artery, flowed above these ancient supports, its dark waters reflecting the faint glow of distant lamps, a liquid mirror to the stars. As the night deepened, the city's historical layers seemed to peel back, revealing the stories etched into its very fabric. The Doge's Palace, a monumental edifice of Venetian Gothic architecture, stood sentinel by the Piazzetta, its intricate tracery and pink and white marble facade softened by the moon's gentle illumination. During the day, this palace hummed with the activities of government, justice, and ceremony. It was the seat of the Doge, the supreme authority of the Republic, and housed the Great Council, the Senate, and various chanceries and courts. Its walls had witnessed centuries of political maneuvering, grand receptions, and the pronouncements that shaped the destiny of the Venetian Republic. But now, in the quiet embrace of the night, the palace seemed to breathe with a different rhythm. The vast halls, once filled with the rustle of silk robes and the murmur of important discussions, were silent. The elaborate frescoes, depicting historical battles and allegories of Venetian glory, receded into shadow, their vibrant colors muted. The famous Bridge of Sighs, connecting the palace's interrogation rooms to the new prison across the Rio di Palazzo, stood as a poignant reminder of the city's stern justice. Legend says its name came from the sighs of prisoners catching their last glimpse of beautiful Venice through its small, stone-barred windows before being led to their cells. Tonight, no such sighs disturbed the air, only the soft lapping of water against its ancient stones. The Piazza San Marco, the heart of Venice, lay relatively empty, a vast expanse of paving stones stretching towards the basilica. During the day, this piazza was a bustling marketplace of ideas, goods, and people from across the known world. Merchants displayed their wares, politicians debated, and citizens gathered for festivals and public announcements. The ringing of the campanile's bells, the cooing of pigeons, and the polyglot chatter of visitors created a vibrant symphony of urban life. Now, only a few solitary figures might cross its expanse, their footsteps echoing softly in the stillness. The Basilica di San Marco, with its 5 domes and glittering mosaics, presented a majestic silhouette against the night sky. Its Byzantine-inspired architecture, a testament to Venice's historical ties with the East, seemed to glow faintly, as if illuminated from within by the devotion of centuries. The basilica's construction began in the 9th century to house the relics of Saint Mark, stolen from Alexandria by Venetian merchants. Over the centuries, it was rebuilt and embellished, acquiring precious marbles, columns, and sculptures from various conquests, particularly from Constantinople after the World War II crusade. The mosaics, covering over 8,000 square meters of its interior, depicted scenes from the Old and New Testaments, lives of saints, and allegories of faith. Each tiny tessera, often made of gold leaf sandwiched between 2 layers of glass, contributed to a shimmering, otherworldly glow, designed to inspire awe and reverence. Though unseen in the darkness, the memory of their brilliance lingered, a silent promise of dawn's return. The Campanile di San Marco, the basilica's bell tower, soared majestically above the piazza, a beacon for sailors and a landmark for citizens. Its current form, largely completed in the 16th century, stood as a sentinel, its bells silent now, awaiting the morning. From its summit, one could survey the entire city, the intricate network of canals, the red-tiled roofs, and the distant expanse of the lagoon. It had served as a lighthouse, a watchtower, and even an astronomical observatory in its long history. Its solid brick structure, rising nearly 100 meters, was a testament to Venetian engineering and a symbol of the Republic's enduring strength. Away from the grand public spaces, the smaller canals and calli, the narrow streets, offered a more intimate glimpse into medieval Venetian life. These winding pathways, often barely wide enough for 2 people to pass, were the circulatory system of the city. They led past unassuming doorways, under low archways, and over small humpback bridges. Each bridge, whether of stone or wood, was a miniature architectural marvel, designed to allow gondolas and smaller boats to pass beneath while connecting the fragmented landmasses. The names of these calli and campielli, small squares, often reflected their historical function or the trades practiced there. There might be a Calle del Forno, indicating a baker's presence, or a Campiello del Spezia, where an apothecary once plied his trade. These small details offered a quiet narrative of daily life, of the artisans and merchants who lived and worked in these spaces. The faint scent of salt and damp stone mingled with the lingering aroma of wood smoke from a distant chimney, a subtle perfume of ancient Venice. The houses lining these canals were typically tall and narrow, built to maximize space on the limited land. Their ground floors, often prone to flooding during high tides, were used for storage or as workshops, while the upper floors provided living quarters. The windows, often adorned with simple wooden shutters, were now dark, their inhabitants deep in slumber. The occasional flicker of a candle from an upper window hinted at a late-night vigil or a quiet moment of reflection. The gondolas, those iconic symbols of Venice, lay moored along the canal banks, their sleek, black forms barely visible in the dim light. During the day, they were the taxis and transport vehicles of the city, skillfully navigated by gondoliers through the intricate waterways. Each gondola was a masterpiece of craftsmanship, built from 8 different types of wood, meticulously shaped and balanced to allow for single-oar propulsion. The asymmetrical design, with one side longer than the other, compensated for the gondolier's standing position, ensuring a straight course. Now they rested, their polished wood and brass fittings dulled by the night. Their silent presence added to the pervasive sense of peace, a promise of renewed activity with the coming dawn. The gentle rocking of the water against their hulls created a soft, rhythmic sound, a lullaby for the sleeping city. The water itself was a constant, living presence. The tides, driven by the distant Adriatic Sea, ebbed and flowed, subtly altering the water levels in the canals. This constant movement prevented stagnation, ensuring a continuous cleansing of the city's waterways. The lagoon, a vast expanse of shallow, brackish water, protected Venice from the open sea while providing a rich source of fish and other marine life. It was a complex ecosystem, a delicate balance of fresh and salt water, mudflats and salt marshes, all contributing to the unique character of the Venetian environment. The moon, now higher in the sky, cast longer, softer shadows. Its light, filtering through the humid air, created a silvery sheen on the water's surface, transforming the canals into liquid pathways of light. The reflections of the ancient buildings, distorted and elongated, danced gently with the water's movement, creating an ethereal, dreamlike landscape. This was a Venice of whispers and shadows, a city that revealed its deeper soul when the clamor of the day subsided. The air itself felt different, cooler, cleaner, carrying the faint, briny scent of the sea. The sounds that remained were those of nature and the city's own quiet mechanisms. The distant cry of a nocturnal bird, the rustle of leaves in a hidden garden, the faint creak of an old wooden beam in a sleeping house. These were the sounds of a city at rest, a city that had endured for centuries, adapting and evolving, yet retaining its fundamental character. The medieval period was a time of immense growth and power for Venice. Its strategic location at the crossroads of East and West allowed it to become a dominant maritime republic, controlling vast trade routes that stretched from the Levant to northern Europe. Venetian merchants were renowned for their entrepreneurial spirit, their courage in navigating treacherous seas, and their skill in diplomacy and negotiation. They traded in spices, silks, precious stones, etc., bringing immense wealth to the Republic. This wealth was reflected in the city's architecture, its art, and its public works. The construction of Gran Palazzi along the Grand Canal, the embellishment of the Basilica di San Marco, and the ongoing efforts to reclaim land from the lagoon all spoke of a prosperous and confident city. The Arsenal, Venice's massive state-owned shipyard, was a marvel of medieval engineering and industrial organization. At its peak, it could produce a fully equipped galley in a single day, a testament to its efficiency and the Republic's naval power. Tonight, the Arsenal, located in the eastern part of the city, lay quiet, its vast enclosed basin reflecting the stars. Its towering walls and fortified gates, designed to protect its secrets and its valuable assets, stood as silent guardians. The rows of workshops, the dry docks, and the foundries, usually teeming with thousands of skilled workers, carpenters, blacksmiths, rope makers, sail makers, were now deserted. The tools of their trade lay dormant, awaiting the morning's resumption of labor. The very air around it seemed to hold the echoes of hammers striking metal, saws cutting wood, and the shouts of overseers. The city's unique governance, a complex system designed to prevent any single individual from accumulating too much power, was another hallmark of medieval Venice. The Doge, though titular head, was carefully constrained by various councils and magistrates. This intricate web of checks and balances contributed to the Republic's remarkable stability and longevity, allowing it to thrive for over 1,000 years. The wisdom of its founders, who chose a system of shared power over absolute rule, was evident in its enduring prosperity. The smaller churches and scuoli, fraternities or guilds, scattered throughout the city also contributed to its rich tapestry. Each church, often dedicated to a local saint, served as a spiritual and social hub for its immediate neighborhood. Their bell towers, smaller than the Campanile di San Marco, punctuated the skyline, each with its own distinct shape and history. The scuoli, meanwhile, provided mutual aid, social welfare, and artistic patronage, playing a vital role in civic life. Many of them commissioned magnificent artworks, enriching the city's cultural heritage. The faint scent of incense, perhaps lingering from an evening Vespers service, might still drift from an open church door, a subtle reminder of the spiritual life that underpinned the city's material success. The quiet devotion of the Venetians, expressed through their numerous churches and religious festivals, was as much a part of their identity as their commercial acumen. As the hours passed, the city seemed to settle even deeper into its nocturnal embrace. The sounds grew fainter, the silence more profound. The gentle lapping of water against stone, the soft whisper of the breeze through narrow passages, these became the dominant voices of the night. The moon continued its slow arc across the sky, its light shifting and changing, creating new patterns of light and shadow on the ancient surfaces of Venice. The very stones of the buildings, weathered by centuries of wind and water, seemed to absorb the quietude, holding within them the countless stories of lives lived, loves lost, and dreams pursued. Each brick, each marble slab, each wooden beam carried a fragment of history, a silent testament to the passage of time. The city was not merely a collection of structures, it was a living archive, a repository of human endeavor and natural beauty. The lagoon, stretching out beyond the city's edges, remained a vast, dark mirror, reflecting the constellations above. The distant lights of fishing boats, if any were still out, would be mere pinpricks in the boundless darkness, their presence a reminder of the enduring connection between Venice and its watery environment. The ebb and flow of the tides continued their ancient rhythm, a silent, ceaseless breath that sustained the city. This deep quietude was a rare gift, a moment when the city's true essence could be felt without the distractions of the day. It was a time for reflection, for contemplation, for simply being present in the ancient, enduring beauty of Venice. The gentle rocking of an unseen boat, the soft sigh of the night air, the distant, almost imperceptible murmur of the sea, these were the sounds that now cradled the sleeping city, inviting a profound sense of peace and a deeper journey into the realms of quiet rest. The quietude was a rare gift, a moment when the city's true essence could be felt without the distractions of the day. It was a time for reflection, for contemplation, for simply being present in the ancient, enduring beauty of Venice. the gentle rocking of an unseen boat, the soft sigh of the night air, the distant, almost imperceptible murmur of the sea. These were the sounds that now cradled the sleeping city, inviting a profound sense of peace and a deeper journey into the realms of quiet rest. As the city settled, a new rhythm began to emerge from the canals. This was the gentle current, the subtle movement of the lagoon that never truly ceased, even in the deepest hours of the night. It was a constant, almost imperceptible force, shaping the very nature of Venice. The dark, still waters of the canals now mirrored the deep, quiet sleep of the city itself. Buildings, bridges, and the occasional street lamp cast long, wavering reflections onto the surface, creating an ethereal landscape that seemed to exist between two worlds. The gentle sway of a moored gondola could lull one into a peaceful slumber, even within the city's heart. These slender vessels, now at rest, were no longer tools of transport but rather cradles, responding to the subtle undulations of the water. This gentle rocking motion of a gondola could evoke a sense of timeless peace, far from the day's concerns. It was a natural, organic movement, a soft pendulum swing that resonated with the body's own rhythms. Across the water, the soft, warm glow of a candle in a window offered a sense of security and domestic tranquility to the dark canals. These small beacons of light spoke of hearth and home, of families gathered or sleeping soundly within. The low murmur of the tide, ebbing and flowing, was a constant, soothing presence throughout the night. It was a sound that had accompanied Venetians for centuries, a primal rhythm that connected the city to the vastness of the Adriatic Sea. The gentle rocking of a moored gondola against the stone quay was a natural sleep aid for those nearby. The soft, rhythmic bump, barely audible, became a part of the night symphony, a quiet reassurance. The quiet lapping of water against the foundations of ancient buildings was a constant, soothing presence throughout the night. Each wave, however small, kissed the weathered stone, a gentle caress that spoke of enduring time. Moored gondolas would gently bump against their wooden posts with a soft, rhythmic thud, a natural lullaby. This sound was unique to Venice, a signature of its watery existence, a quiet conversation between wood and water. The creaking of wooden pilings, settling deeper into the lagoon's bed, was a quiet, constant hum beneath the city. These ancient supports, driven deep into the soft earth, bore the weight of centuries, their subtle groans a testament to their steadfastness. The sound of water gently lapping against the stone steps leading down to the canals was a constant, soothing presence. These steps, worn smooth by countless footsteps, now served as gentle interfaces between the land and the quiet embrace of the water. Gondolas, resting on the water, seemed to breathe with the gentle rise and fall of the lagoon. Their long, elegant forms rose and fell with the subtle current, a living part of the nocturnal landscape. The gentle lapping of water against the sides of a moored gondola was a natural white noise, conducive to deep sleep. It was a sound without sharp edges, a continuous, flowing whisper that filled the quiet spaces of the night. The overall atmosphere of a sleepy night in medieval Venice was one of profound peace, punctuated only by the gentle sounds of water and distant light. It was a city in repose, its vibrant energy temporarily hushed, replaced by a deep, pervasive calm. This profound peace extended to the very air, which carried the faint scent of salt and ancient stone. The coolness of the night settled over the narrow calle and wide campi, inviting stillness. The city's silence was not an emptiness, but rather a fullness of subtle sounds. Each gentle splash, each distant creak, contributed to a rich tapestry of quiet, a symphony of the sleeping city. The water itself, the lifeblood of Venice, became a mirror to the sky. Stars, if visible through the soft haze, would find their reflections dancing on the dark surface, adding another layer of magic to the scene. The wooden poles, known as parline, to which the gondolas were tied, stood like silent sentinels. They bore the marks of countless tides, their surfaces smoothed by the constant friction of ropes and the gentle erosion of the water. These parline often bore the colors of noble families or guilds, though in the darkness, their hues were muted, appearing as dark, slender forms against the deeper black of the canal. The subtle currents were not just about the tide, but also the slow, almost imperceptible movement of the lagoon's waters as they exchanged with the open sea. This constant flow kept the waters fresh, even in the heart of the city. The foundations of the buildings, constructed from millions of wooden pilings driven into the mud, absorbed the gentle vibrations of the water. This created a subtle, almost imperceptible hum that resonated through the very structure of Venice. The brickwork of the ancient palaces, now cool to the touch, reflected the faint light of the moon or distant stars. Their intricate patterns and weathered surfaces told stories of centuries, now whispered only to the night. The small, arched bridges, connecting one island to another, stood as silent guardians. Their stone surfaces, often worn smooth by generations of footsteps, were now empty, awaiting the dawn's first light. The occasional gentle breeze would stir the surface of the water, creating tiny ripples that spread outwards, catching and distorting the reflections of the city lights. This added a dynamic quality to the otherwise still scene. The sounds of the lagoon at night were distinct from the sounds of the open sea. They were more intimate, more contained, a gentle murmur rather than a roaring surf. This intimacy contributed to the feeling of being cradled by the city. The gondolas themselves, masterpieces of Venetian craftsmanship, were designed to move effortlessly through these waters. Even at rest, their elegant curves and polished wood spoke of their purpose and beauty. The soft glow from a distant lantern, perhaps from a night watchman or a lone scholar, would occasionally pierce the darkness. These pinpricks of light were comforting, reminders of life continuing, albeit at a slower pace. The air carried a unique scent, a blend of salt, damp stone, and the faint, sweet perfume of night-blooming jasmine from hidden gardens. This olfactory tapestry added another dimension to the city's nocturnal embrace. The city's famous bells, so vibrant during the day, were now silent. Their deep tones were replaced by the softer, more elemental sounds of water and air, a natural symphony of quiet. The wooden jetties and small docks, where boats were tied, creaked softly under the gentle pressure of the water. These small sounds were part of the city's living breath, its continuous, subtle movement. The ancient stones of the fondamenta, the walkways along the canals, were cool and damp. They absorbed the night's moisture, preparing for the morning sun to dry them once more. The reflections of the streetlights, even the very few that existed in medieval times, would stretch and shimmer on the water, creating elongated, ghostly images that danced with the current. The subtle changes in the water level throughout the night were a constant, natural clock. The slow rise and fall of the tide dictated the rhythm of the lagoon, a timeless ebb and flow. The small fishing boats, known as sandali or topi, were also moored, their nets carefully stowed away. They rested alongside the gondolas, sharing the quiet embrace of the water. The very structure of Venice, built upon millions of wooden piles, was designed to interact with the water. The city was not merely beside the water, but truly of the water, moving with it. The narrow passages, or sottoportici, that led from a calle to a canal, were now dark and cool. They offered glimpses of the water, framed by ancient archways, like windows into the night. The silence was occasionally broken by the distant hoot of an owl, a sound carried across the water from one of the quieter islands or gardens. This natural sound blended seamlessly with the urban quiet. The gentle current carried with it the faint scent of seaweed and marsh grass from the lagoon's outer reaches. This brought a touch of the wild, natural world into the heart of the city. The small, decorative ironwork on balconies and windows, known as ferri battuti, cast intricate shadows on the stone walls, patterns that shifted subtly with the changing light of the moon. The wooden shutters on windows were closed, their slats angled to allow a hint of air to pass through while maintaining privacy and darkness within. They were the eyes of the sleeping houses. The water's surface, often disturbed by the passage of boats during the day, was now largely undisturbed. This allowed for clearer reflections and a deeper sense of tranquility. The soft sigh of the night air, moving gently through the narrow spaces between buildings, created a faint, whispering sound. It was like the city itself breathing, a slow, steady exhalation. The ancient wells, found in many campi, stood as silent sentinels, their stone covers cool and smooth. They represented a vital source of fresh water, now at rest until morning. The gentle movement of the water against the wooden hulls of the boats created a soft, almost imperceptible vibration. This vibration traveled through the wood, a subtle hum. The air was often cooler near the water, a refreshing contrast to the warmth of the day. This coolness encouraged a deeper, more profound sense of rest. The city's unique architecture, with buildings rising directly from the water, made the connection to the lagoon immediate and constant. There was no separation, only integration. The subtle shifts in the water's color, from deep black to a softer gray under the moon, added to the visual poetry of the night. Each shade spoke of depth and mystery. The small, hidden courtyards, or courti, were pockets of even deeper quiet. Here, the sounds of the canals were further muffled, creating sanctuaries of profound stillness. The wooden doors of the houses, often painted in deep, rich colors, were now closed and secured. They guarded the sleep of their inhabitants, offering protection and warmth. The light from a distant lighthouse, far out in the lagoon, might occasionally sweep across the water, a slow, rhythmic beacon that offered guidance to any late-night travelers. The gentle current was a constant reminder of the lagoon's living nature, its continuous interaction with the sea and the land. It was a force that shaped and sustained Venice. The small, almost invisible creatures of the night, such as tiny fish or water insects, contributed their own subtle sounds to the nocturnal symphony. A faint splash, a gentle ripple. The very stones of Venice, quarried from distant lands, had been transported by water. They now rested, soaked in the lagoon's embrace, their journey complete. The city's quietude was not an absence of life, but a different kind of life. A life of subtle movements, soft sounds, and deep, enduring peace. The gentle current continued its ceaseless work, shaping the banks, polishing the stones, and cradling the city in its soft, rhythmic embrace. This quiet movement was the heartbeat of sleeping Venice. The gentle current, ever flowing, carried with it the whispers of the lagoon. It was a constant, unseen force, shaping the very foundations of Venice. Its rhythm was slow and deliberate, a patient sculptor of the city's edges. This current was not a river's rush, but a subtle, tidal movement. It brought the sea's breath into the canals, a slow, steady pulse that mirrored the quiet breathing of the sleeping city. The water moved beneath the wooden piles that supported the grandest palaces. These ancient timbers, driven deep into the marshy ground, had become petrified over centuries, hardened by the mineral-rich mud. They formed an enduring forest beneath the waves, holding Venice aloft. Each pile was a testament to human ingenuity and perseverance. Thousands upon thousands of these wooden stakes, often larch or oak, had been meticulously placed. They created a stable platform where no solid ground existed. The current passed between these submerged pillars, a silent, cleansing flow. It carried away fine silts and refreshed the water, maintaining a delicate balance within the intricate network of waterways. Above the water, the city slept. The narrow calle, or streets, were deserted. The echoes of footsteps and conversation had long faded, replaced by the soft lapping of water against stone. Candlelight flickered faintly in a few distant windows, perhaps a scholar poring over ancient texts, or a baker preparing for the dawn's first loaves. These were rare glimmers in the pervasive darkness. Most homes were dark, their inhabitants resting in the deep quiet of the Venetian night. Sleep was a precious commodity, especially after a day of bustling trade and intricate craftsmanship. The gentle rocking of a moored gondola was almost imperceptible. Its polished black hull, a familiar sight by day, was now a dark silhouette against the moonlit water. It waited patiently for the morning's first light. Gondolas were not merely transport, they were works of art, crafted with precision and balance. Their asymmetrical design allowed for easy propulsion by a single oarsman navigating the tight turns of the canals. Even in sleep, the city held its breath, preserving its unique character. The scent of salt and damp stone mingled with faint traces of wood smoke from distant hearths. The lagoon itself was a vast, shallow expanse, protected from the open sea by a series of barrier islands. This natural defense had been crucial to Venice's survival and prosperity. The calm waters of the lagoon reflected the faint glow of the stars, a scattered diamond dust across the dark surface. The sky above was a deep, velvety blue, unmarred by city lights. The moon, a silent sentinel, cast long, soft shadows across the campi, the small squares that dotted the city. These open spaces, usually bustling, were now tranquil, their ancient paving stones cool and still. The bridges, arching gracefully over the canals, stood as silent guardians. Each one, whether grand or humble, connected one part of the city to another, weaving the urban fabric together. Some bridges were steep, designed to accommodate the passage of boats beneath. Others were flatter, allowing for easier movement of people and goods. All were built with enduring stone. The Rialto Bridge, a magnificent structure, was particularly quiet. Its shops, usually vibrant with merchants selling their wares, were now shuttered and silent. The sounds of commerce had ceased. Beneath its grand arches, the Grand Canal flowed with its gentle current. This was the city's main artery, a wide waterway that snaked through the heart of Venice. By day, it was a highway of boats, gondolas, barges, and smaller craft. By night, it became a mirror, reflecting the palaces that lined its banks, their ornate facades softened by darkness. The palaces themselves were monuments to Venetian wealth and power. Built by merchant families, they showcased intricate Gothic and Byzantine architectural styles. Their foundations, like much of Venice, rested on those ancient wooden piles. They had withstood centuries of tides and the passage of time, enduring symbols of the city's resilience. The gentle current continued its quiet work, polishing the marble steps that descended directly into the water from many palace entrances. These steps, worn smooth by countless footsteps and the ceaseless lapping of water, told tales of arrivals and departures. The sound of water was omnipresent, a constant lullaby. It was the sound of Venice breathing, a soft, rhythmic sigh that filled the stillness of the night. This sound was subtly different in each canal. In wider waterways, it was a broad, expansive lapping. In narrower passages, it became a more intimate, gentle gurgle. The air was cool and still, carrying the faint, earthy scent of damp stone and the distant, briny tang of the sea. It was a clean, refreshing aroma, unique to this lagoon city. The city's unique position, nestled within the lagoon, had always been both its strength and its vulnerability. It offered protection from invaders but demanded constant vigilance against the forces of nature. The tides, driven by the moon, were the primary engine of the gentle current. They brought fresh water in and carried older water out, a continuous cycle of renewal. This tidal movement was predictable, yet ever-changing in its precise timing and strength. The Venetians had learned to live in harmony with these natural rhythms, adapting their lives and their architecture. The low tide revealed more of the canal banks, exposing the ancient bricks and stones that formed the city's base. High tide brought the water level closer to the street, sometimes even spilling onto the lowest campi. The current flowed around the small, private gardens hidden behind palace walls. These secret oases, filled with citrus trees and fragrant herbs, offered a touch of green amidst the stone. Even the smallest details of the city were touched by this current. The moss that grew on ancient walls, the way the light played on the water's surface, all were influenced by its presence. The city's history was intertwined with the water. Its rise as a maritime power, its vast trading empire, all were dependent on its unique relationship with the lagoon and the sea. The gentle current carried the memory of countless ships that had sailed through the Lido entrance, bringing spices, silks, and treasures from distant lands to the bustling markets of Venice. It also carried the memory of the smaller, local boats, the sandali, the caoline, used by fishermen and local merchants, navigating the shallower parts of the lagoon. These traditional boats, crafted with centuries of accumulated knowledge, were perfectly suited to the unique conditions of the Venetian waterways. Their designs had evolved over generations. The current flowed past the foundations of the Arsenale, the vast state shipyard that was once the industrial heart of Venice. Even in its slumber, the Arsenale held the echoes of hammers and saws, the creation of mighty galleys. This shipyard was a marvel of medieval engineering and organization, capable of producing a warship in a single day during times of great need. It was a symbol of Venetian power. Now, only the gentle current moved through its quiet docks, reflecting the high walls and the ancient gates. The sounds of industry had long since faded into history. The water passed beneath countless small bridges, each with its own character. Some were plain and functional, others adorned with intricate carvings or iron railings. These bridges were vital arteries, linking the hundreds of small islands that made up the city. Without them, Venice would be an impossible labyrinth of disconnected landmasses. The current also flowed through the Rio Terra, canals that had been filled in over the centuries to create more land for streets and squares. These buried rivers still carried the memory of water. The air grew cooler as the night deepened. The moon continued its slow arc across the sky, casting ever-changing patterns of light and shadow across the sleeping city. The silence was profound, broken only by the soft, ceaseless sounds of the water. It was a silence that spoke of ancient stones, enduring traditions, and the deep peace of a city at rest. The gentle current continued its quiet journey, a silent, ceaseless companion to the sleeping city. It was the lifeblood of Venice, flowing through its veins, sustaining its unique existence. It moved with an unhurried grace, a testament to the enduring power of natural forces. This current was a constant, a thread of continuity through the centuries of Venetian history. The city, cradled by the lagoon, rested in this rhythm. Its dreams were perhaps of distant shores, of bustling markets, or simply of the quiet beauty of its own unique existence. The gentle current, ever present, continued its slow, rhythmic dance. It was the quiet heartbeat of sleeping Venice, carrying the city through the deep, tranquil hours of the night. The moon, now higher, cast longer shadows. It illuminated the intricate patterns of the city's ancient stonework. These stones, many brought from distant lands, formed the very foundation of Venice. They were often Istrian stone, a dense, fine-grained limestone. It was prized for its durability and resistance to salt water. This stone was quarried across the Adriatic Sea. It traveled by ship, then by barge, to the construction sites. Each block represented a journey, a careful selection, and skilled craftsmanship. The masons of Venice were masters of their trade. They shaped these stones with precision. They built palaces, churches, and bridges that defied the water. Their techniques were passed down through generations. They understood the unique challenges of building on a lagoon. Foundations were often laid on wooden piles driven deep into the mud. Over these piles, platforms of stone and brick were constructed. This created a stable base for the buildings above. The weight of the city pressed down, compacting the earth beneath. This careful engineering allowed Venice to rise from the water. It created a city of unparalleled beauty and resilience. The moonlight touched these enduring structures. It highlighted the subtle variations in the stone's texture. Some blocks were smooth from centuries of wear. Others retained the marks of the mason's tools. These details told a silent story. They spoke of human endeavor, of artistic vision, and of a profound connection to the natural world. The stone itself held memories. It absorbed the sounds of countless footsteps, the whispers of the wind, and the gentle lapping of the canals. Each building was a testament to the city's enduring spirit. The night air carried the faint scent of salt and ancient stone. It was a comforting aroma unique to this floating city. This scent was part of Venice's very essence. It mingled with the subtle fragrance of the lagoon. It was a quiet, earthy perfume. It spoke of deep waters and hidden histories. The city sleeps now in its deep, still embrace. The quiet canals hold their breath, cradling the city in slumber. The city sleeps now in its deep, still embrace. The quiet canals hold their breath, cradling the city in slumber. Above the hushed waterways, the intricate network of bridges, numbering in the hundreds, stood as silent sentinels, each one a vital artery connecting the fragmented urban landscape of Venice. These architectural marvels were not merely crossings but often bustling public spaces, particularly the larger ones like the Rialto Bridge, which in its various incarnations served as a commercial hub even in the medieval period. Before the iconic stone arch of the late 16th century, earlier wooden versions of the Rialto Bridge, some with drawbridges to allow taller vessels to pass, were lined with shops and stalls, creating a vibrant marketplace high above the Grand Canal. The very structure of these medieval bridges, often built with timber and later reinforced or replaced with stone, reflected the evolving engineering capabilities and economic prosperity of the Venetian Republic. Many smaller bridges, like the Ponte dei Pugni in Castello or San Barnaba, were once sites of traditional fist-fights between rival factions, the Nicolotti and Costelloni, a boisterous custom that was eventually banned in the 18th century but highlights the lively social fabric of earlier centuries. Beneath these bridges, the dark waters of the canals flowed with a gentle rhythm, carrying the memories of countless gondolas that had traversed their liquid paths for centuries. The gondola, though its modern sleek form evolved over time, was already an established mode of transport in medieval Venice, its distinctive flat bottom and asymmetrical hull perfectly adapted for navigating the city's shallow and winding waterways. Early gondolas were likely less standardized than their 19th century counterparts, varying in size and decoration, but they consistently provided an efficient means of personal and commercial transport across the island city. The unique propulsion method, using a single oar at the stern, allowed for remarkable maneuverability in tight spaces, a skill passed down through generations of gondoliers, who were often organized into guilds. These watercraft were not just utilitarian vessels, they were also symbols of status, with wealthier families often owning elaborately decorated gondolas, sometimes adorned with luxurious fabrics and intricate carvings. As the moon cast its pale glow upon the water, the reflections of the ancient palazzi shimmered, revealing the architectural grandeur that defined medieval Venice. The facades of these noble residences, often built with Istrian stone, a durable and light-colored limestone, presented a captivating blend of Byzantine, Romanesque, and later Gothic styles, reflecting the city's extensive trade connections and cultural influences. Venetian Gothic, a distinctive architectural style that flourished from the 13th to the 15th centuries, was characterized by its delicate tracery, pointed arches, and the extensive use of open loggias and large windows, designed to maximize light and air in the dense urban environment. The Città d'Oro, or House of Gold, though largely completed in the early 15th century, exemplifies the pinnacle of this style, with its ornate marble decorations and gilded elements that once truly glittered in the Venetian sun. Many of these palazzi were not merely homes but also served as commercial offices and warehouses for the merchant families who owned them, with ground floors often dedicated to storage and direct access to the canals for loading and unloading goods. The intricate system of foundations supporting these massive structures was a testament to Venetian engineering ingenuity, involving countless wooden piles, primarily made of oak or larch, driven deep into the clay and sand layers beneath the lagoon. These piles, perpetually submerged in oxygen-deprived water, did not rot but instead petrified over centuries, forming an incredibly stable and durable base for the heavy stone buildings above. This sophisticated piling technique allowed the Venetians to construct an entire city on what was essentially a marshy archipelago, a feat of hydraulic engineering that remains awe-inspiring to this day. The construction process was arduous, often requiring hundreds of laborers to manually drive piles using pile drivers, a slow and painstaking endeavor that underscored the immense human effort invested in building the city. The very ground beneath Venice is thus a dense forest of ancient timber, a hidden foundation that has supported the city's weight for over a millennium. Beyond the Grand Palazzi, the smaller, more intimate campi and calli, the squares and narrow streets, lay quiet under the night sky, their stones worn smooth by centuries of footsteps. These public spaces were the true heart of Venetian community life, where neighbors gathered, children played, and daily commerce unfolded, far from the formal grandeur of the Piazza San Marco. Each campo, often centered around a church and a wellhead, served as a micro-community hub, providing essential fresh water to residents through its cistern system, which collected rainwater filtered through sand. The calli, the labyrinthine network of narrow passageways, were designed not only for pedestrian movement but also to create natural ventilation channels, allowing cooling breezes to circulate through the dense urban fabric during hot summer months. The names of these streets and squares often reflected the trades practiced there, the families who lived there, or historical events, offering a rich tapestry of local history embedded in the very nomenclature of the city. The faint glow of distant streetlights, an anachronism in this medieval reverie, was replaced by the imagined flicker of oil lamps and candles, the primary sources of illumination for Venetian nights. Public lighting in medieval Venice was minimal, relying on strategically placed oil lamps, often in front of churches or important public buildings, and the light spilling from windows of homes and taverns. Wealthier households would use beeswax candles, a luxury item, while poorer families relied on tallow candles or simple oil lamps, creating a much darker and more mysterious nocturnal environment than modern cities. The darkness of the medieval city was profound, making navigation challenging and fostering a sense of intimacy and quietude once the sun had set. This limited illumination also contributed to the unique atmosphere of Venetian nights, where sounds carried further and shadows danced with a life of their own. The air, now devoid of the daytime clamor of merchants and artisans, carried the subtle echoes of the city's past industries. The Arsenale, Venice's massive state shipyard and armory, though silent at this hour, was once a bustling hive of activity, renowned throughout Europe for its innovative assembly line production methods. During its peak in the medieval and Renaissance periods, the Arsenale could construct an entire galley in a single day, a testament to its organizational efficiency and skilled workforce. This industrial complex was not merely a shipyard but also a center of technological innovation, where advancements in naval architecture, metallurgy, and weaponry were continuously developed and refined, securing Venice's maritime supremacy. The workers of the Arsenale, known as the Arsenalotti, were a highly specialized and privileged class, essential to the Republic's military and economic power. The wealth generated by Venice's extensive maritime trade network was the lifeblood of the Republic, fueling its architectural splendor and cultural achievements. Venetian merchants, known as mercanti, established trading posts and colonies across the Mediterranean and into the Black Sea, exchanging goods such as spices, silks, precious metals, and timber. The fondakai, large warehouse residences, like the Fondaco dei Turchi or the Fondaco dei Tedeschi, served as both living quarters and commercial centers for foreign merchants, facilitating these international exchanges. These trading activities brought not only immense riches but also a constant influx of diverse cultures, ideas, and technologies, making Venice a true melting pot of the medieval world. The system of mewed, state-organized convoys of merchant galleys ensured the safety and efficiency of these long-distance voyages, further solidifying Venice's dominance in international commerce. The Venetian legal system, a complex and sophisticated framework, was designed to protect these commercial interests and maintain social order within the Republic. The Doge, the elected head of state, ruled alongside a multitude of councils and magistrates, creating a remarkably stable and enduring republican government. The Great Council, composed of thousands of noblemen, held significant legislative power, while the Senate managed foreign policy and military affairs, demonstrating a sophisticated system of checks and balances. The Council of Ten, a powerful judicial body, was responsible for state security and suppressing dissent, wielding considerable authority in maintaining the Republic's stability. This intricate governmental structure, which evolved over centuries, was a key factor in Venice's longevity as an independent state, allowing it to navigate complex political landscapes and maintain its sovereignty for over 1,000 years. The religious life of medieval Venice was deeply intertwined with its civic identity, with churches and confraternities playing crucial roles in daily life. The Basilica di San Marco, the city's most iconic religious edifice, served not only as the Doge Chapel but also as a powerful symbol of Venetian independence and wealth, housing the relics of Saint Mark the Evangelist. Its opulent Byzantine architecture, adorned with dazzling mosaics depicting biblical scenes and the lives of saints, reflected the city's Eastern connections and its spiritual devotion. Numerous other churches, each with its own unique history and artistic treasures, dotted the urban landscape, serving as spiritual centers for their respective parishes and often housing important works of art by Venetian masters. The Scuole Grandi, powerful lay confraternities, provided social welfare, organized religious processions, and commissioned magnificent artworks, contributing significantly to the city's artistic and charitable endeavors. The Venetian dialect, a distinct Romance language with strong influences from Greek, Arabic, and other Mediterranean languages, was the vibrant spoken tongue of the city, a testament to its diverse cultural interactions. This unique linguistic heritage, different from standard Italian, reflected the city's long history as a maritime power and its extensive contacts with various peoples across the seas. The rich oral tradition of storytelling, poetry, and folk songs in Venetian dialect contributed to the city's distinctive cultural identity, passed down through generations. Even the names of streets, bridges, and districts often retained their Venetian dialect forms, preserving this linguistic legacy within the urban fabric. The culinary traditions of medieval Venice were a fascinating blend of local ingredients and exotic spices brought by its merchant ships from distant lands. Fish and seafood, abundant in the lagoon, formed a staple of the Venetian diet, prepared in myriad ways, from grilled to stewed to marinated. Spices like pepper, cinnamon, cloves, and nutmeg, imported from the East, were not just luxury goods but essential components of Venetian cuisine, adding complex flavors to dishes. Polenta, a cornmeal porridge, became a common accompaniment to many meals, providing a hearty and inexpensive staple, while rice, also introduced through trade, was used to create risottos and other savory dishes. The Venetian diet was rich and varied, reflecting both the bounty of the lagoon and the global reach of its commerce, offering a unique gastronomic experience that distinguished it from other Italian regions. Education in medieval Venice, while not universally accessible, was highly valued, especially for the sons of merchant families who needed to learn accounting, foreign languages, and navigation for their future careers. Private tutors and small schools provided instruction in Latin, arithmetic, and rhetoric, preparing young Venetians for the demands of commerce and civic life. The University of Padua, though not within Venice itself, was closely affiliated with the Republic and served as a major intellectual center for Venetian students seeking higher education in law, medicine, and philosophy. The establishment of printing presses in Venice during the late 15th century further revolutionized education and the dissemination of knowledge, making the city a leading center for book production and scholarship. Aldus Manutius, one of the most famous Venetian printers, pioneered the use of italic type and the production of portable editions of classical texts, making learning more accessible. The arts flourished in medieval Venice, with painting, sculpture, and music reaching sophisticated heights, often commissioned by wealthy patrons and religious institutions. Early Venetian painting was heavily influenced by Byzantine styles, characterized by its shimmering gold backgrounds and iconic religious figures, as seen in the mosaics of San Marco. As the Gothic period progressed, artists like Paolo Veneziano began to incorporate more naturalistic elements and vibrant colors, laying the groundwork for the distinctive Venetian school of painting. The city's unique light, reflecting off the water, also played a crucial role in shaping the aesthetic sensibilities of its artists, influencing their use of color and atmosphere. Music, particularly sacred music, was an integral part of religious ceremonies, with the Basilica di San Marco becoming a renowned center for choral and instrumental performances, often featuring multiple choirs and organs. The practice of medicine in medieval Venice combined traditional remedies with knowledge gained from Arabic and Eastern medical texts, reflecting the city's role as a cultural crossroads. The Scuole Grandi often maintained hospitals and provided care for the sick and poor, demonstrating a strong tradition of public health and charity. Surgeons, barbers, and apothecaries practiced their trades throughout the city, offering a range of services from setting bones to preparing herbal medicines. The Venetian Republic also implemented some of the earliest public health measures, including quarantines for ships arriving from plague-stricken areas, demonstrating an advanced understanding of disease prevention for its time. The Lazaretto Nuovo and Lazaretto Vecchio, island hospitals specifically designated for isolating plague victims and inspecting goods, were pioneering institutions in the history of public health. The intricate system of canals, far more than just transportation routes, also served as the city's primary sanitation infrastructure, with the tides helping to flush away waste into the open lagoon. While not perfectly hygienic by modern standards, this tidal flushing system was remarkably effective for its era, preventing the stagnation of water that plagued many other medieval cities. The constant movement of water, driven by the Adriatic tides, was a natural cleansing mechanism that contributed to the city's relative health compared to landlocked urban centers. The Re-terra, canals that were filled in over centuries to create new land for buildings and streets, illustrate the dynamic relationship between the city and its waterways, constantly adapting and evolving. The very air of Venice, now still and cool, carried the memory of the bustling markets and the cries of street vendors that animated its days. The Rialto market, in particular, was a vibrant hub where goods from across the known world were traded, from exotic spices to local produce, creating a sensory overload of sights, sounds, and smells. Fishmongers, butchers, greengrocers, and spice merchants plied their wares, their voices echoing through the narrow streets and across the bridges. This daily commerce was the heartbeat of the city, a constant reminder of its economic vitality and its role as a global trading power. The organization of these markets, often with specific areas designated for different types of goods, reflected a sophisticated urban planning that facilitated efficient trade. The Venetian calendar was punctuated by numerous festivals and public ceremonies, often imbued with deep historical and religious significance that brought the entire city to life. The Censa, or Feast of the Ascension, was perhaps the most important, commemorating the symbolic marriage of the sea between the Doge and the Adriatic, a powerful ritual affirming Venice's dominion over the waters. Other festivals, like the Festa del Redentor, celebrated deliverance from plague, while Carnival, with its masks and revelry, offered a period of social inversion and joyous abandon before the solemnity of Lent. These public spectacles were not merely entertainment but vital expressions of Venetian identity, reinforcing civic pride and social cohesion. The unique architectural details of Venetian buildings, from the ornate wellheads in the campi to the elaborate ironwork on balconies, spoke volumes about the city's craftsmanship and aesthetic sensibilities. These smaller elements, often overlooked, contributed significantly to the overall beauty and character of the urban environment, reflecting a deep appreciation for artistry in everyday life. The Altain, wooden terraces often found on the rooftops of Venetian houses, provided private outdoor spaces for drying laundry, enjoying views, and catching breezes, demonstrating an ingenious adaptation to the dense urban fabric. Even the humble chimneys, often distinctively shaped like inverted cones or cylinders, added to the unique skyline of Venice, a practical yet aesthetically pleasing feature. The lagoon itself, the vast expanse of shallow water surrounding the city, was not merely a defensive barrier but also a vital resource, providing fish, salt, and reeds, and serving as a natural highway for smaller boats. The Barina, the salt marsh areas within the lagoon, supported a unique ecosystem and provided essential resources for the local population. The Brigozzi and Caoline, traditional fishing boats with distinctive sails, plied these waters, embodying the enduring relationship between Venetians and their aquatic environment. The delicate balance of the lagoon's ecosystem was constantly managed by the Venetian Republic, which understood its crucial role in the city's survival and prosperity. The city's defenses, while primarily relying on the natural protection of the lagoon, also included strategically placed fortifications and a powerful navy, ensuring its security against potential invaders. The Lido, a long, narrow barrier island, served as a natural breakwater, protecting the city from the open sea and providing a strategic location for military installations. The Venetian navy, composed of hundreds of galleys and later sailing ships, was one of the most formidable maritime forces in the Mediterranean, projecting Venetian power and protecting its trade routes. The arsenal's capacity to rapidly construct and equip these vessels was central to the Republic's military prowess and its ability to maintain its independence against larger land-based empires. The quiet canals hold their breath, cradling the city in slumber, a city built on water, sustained by trade, and defined by its enduring spirit, a testament to human ingenuity and resilience. Each ripple on the dark water carried the weight of centuries, a silent narrative of a city that defied nature to create a unique and unforgettable civilization. As the moon cast its silver sheen upon the labyrinthine waterways, illuminating the intricate dance of shadow and light across ancient stone, one could almost hear the echoes of the bustling Rialto market, a vibrant nexus of commerce that served as the beating heart of Venice's economic life, where merchants from across the known world converged to exchange goods and ideas. This bustling marketplace, far from being a mere collection of stalls, was a sophisticated economic engine, meticulously regulated by the Venetian government to ensure fair trade practices and to maintain the Republic's reputation for commercial integrity, a crucial element in its sustained prosperity. The Rialto Bridge, a marvel of engineering even in its earliest wooden incarnations, stood as a symbolic and literal gateway to this commercial hub, connecting the two sides of the Grand Canal and facilitating the ceaseless flow of people and merchandise, a testament to Venetian ingenuity in overcoming geographical challenges. Beyond the clamor of the market, the quietude of the residential sestieri, or districts, offered a glimpse into the daily lives of Venetian citizens, where narrow calli, streets, and small campi, squares, formed close-knit communities, each with its own well, church, and local shops, fostering a strong sense of local identity within the larger urban fabric. These sestieri, Cannaregio, Castello, Dorsogiro, San Marco, San Polo, and Santa Croce, were not arbitrary divisions but rather administrative units that organized the city's governance, taxation, and even its military conscription, demonstrating the meticulous planning that underpinned Venice's seemingly organic growth. Within these districts, the architecture itself spoke volumes about Venetian society, with houses often built directly on wooden piles driven into the muddy lagoon floor, featuring multiple floors to maximize living space and distinctive chimneys designed to prevent sparks from igniting neighboring structures in the tightly packed urban environment. The Venetian Republic's unique political structure, a complex oligarchy that evolved over centuries, was a masterclass in checks and balances, designed to prevent any single individual or family from seizing absolute power, a lesson learned from the volatile political landscapes of other Italian city-states. At the apex of this intricate system was the Doge, elected for life but with his authority carefully circumscribed by numerous councils and magistracies, ensuring that he remained a figurehead representing the Republic rather than an autocratic ruler, a deliberate strategy to maintain stability. The Great Council, comprising thousands of noblemen, served as the primary legislative body, its members' names inscribed in the Golden Book, a register that formally defined the Venetian aristocracy and controlled access to political office, thereby solidifying the power of the ruling elite. Further down the hierarchy, the Council of Ten, a powerful and secretive body, was responsible for state security and maintaining internal order, often acting with swift and decisive authority to suppress conspiracies or threats to the Republic, its very existence a deterrent to sedition. This council's investigations were notoriously thorough and its judgments often final, reflecting the Venetian state's unwavering commitment to its own preservation and the stability of its unique political system. The Avogadori di Comune, state attorneys, played a crucial role in safeguarding the Republic's laws and prosecuting those who violated them, acting as legal watchdogs over the administration and ensuring adherence to established legal norms. Venice's legal system, a sophisticated blend of Roman law, Byzantine traditions, and local statutes, was renowned for its pragmatism and efficiency, particularly in commercial disputes, which were handled with a speed and fairness that attracted merchants from far and wide, further bolstering the city's economic dominance. The Giudici del Proprio, for instance, were specialized judges who dealt specifically with property rights and inheritance, highlighting the meticulous attention paid to legal detail in a city where land was a precious and often contested commodity. Maritime law, codified in texts like the Statuto et Ordination Super Navigius, was particularly advanced, reflecting Venice's reliance on sea trade and its need for clear regulations governing shipping, insurance, and naval conduct across the Mediterranean. The city's formidable naval power, which the previous passage alluded to, was not merely a matter of building ships but involved a highly organized system of shipbuilding and maintenance centered at the Venetian arsenal, an industrial complex unparalleled in its era. This vast state-owned shipyard, often considered the world's first true factory, employed thousands of skilled artisans, carpenters, blacksmiths, rope makers, and sailmakers, who worked with astonishing efficiency to produce galleys and other vessels on an almost assembly line basis. The arsenal's innovative production methods allowed Venice to construct entire fleets in a matter of weeks, providing a decisive military advantage that protected its trade routes and projected its power across the Adriatic and beyond. The galleys themselves were technological marvels, long, slender vessels powered by both sails and oars, designed for speed and maneuverability in both open seas and shallow coastal waters, making them ideal for naval warfare and merchant escort duties. These ships were typically equipped with a formidable ram at the bow, intended to disable enemy vessels, and carried a complement of archers and marines who would engage in close-quarters combat once ships were grappled together. The rigorous training of Venetian sailors and oarsmen, often drawn from the city's own populace and its subject territories, ensured a highly disciplined and effective fighting force, contributing to Venice's reputation as an indomitable maritime power. Beyond its military might, Venice was a cultural powerhouse, a crucible where Eastern and Western influences mingled to create a distinctive artistic and architectural style, characterized by its Byzantine arches, Gothic tracery, and vibrant mosaics, evident in masterpieces like St. Mark's Basilica. This magnificent cathedral, initially built to house the relics of St. Mark, became a symbol of Venetian wealth and piety, its glittering interior adorned with mosaics depicting biblical scenes and the lives of saints, crafted by artists who often drew inspiration from Constantinople. The Doge's Palace, an architectural masterpiece that simultaneously served as the Doge's residence, the seat of government, and a courthouse, showcased the unique Venetian Gothic style, blending delicate pink and white marble with intricate fenestration and arcades, projecting an image of power and elegance. Venetian painting, particularly during the Renaissance, developed its own distinctive characteristics, emphasizing rich color, dramatic light, and sensual forms, departing from the more linear and sculptural styles prevalent in Florence and Rome. Artists such as Giovanni Bellini, Giorgione, and Titian became celebrated masters, their work sought after by patrons across Europe, further cementing Venice's status as a leading center of artistic innovation. The Venetian school of music also flourished, with composers like Giovanni Gabrieli pioneering new forms of polyphony and instrumental music, often performed in the grand spaces of St. Mark's Basilica, whose unique architecture allowed for spatially separated choirs and instrumental groups, creating a rich, immersive sound. The city's intellectual life was equally vibrant, with a thriving printing industry that made Venice a major center for the dissemination of books and knowledge throughout Europe, particularly after the invention of the printing press. Aldus Manutius, one of the most influential printers of all time, established his famous Aldine Press in Venice, where he produced meticulously edited editions of classical Greek and Latin texts, making ancient wisdom accessible to a wider scholarly audience and developing the italic typeface still in use today. This intellectual ferment was supported by a network of private libraries, academies, and the presence of scholars and humanists who flocked to Venice, drawn by its cosmopolitan atmosphere and the availability of diverse texts. Venetian society, while hierarchical, also exhibited a remarkable degree of social mobility compared to other European states, particularly for those who excelled in commerce or military service, allowing some commoners to accumulate wealth and influence, though political power remained largely concentrated in the hands of the nobility. The Scuole Grandi, unique Venetian confraternities, played a significant role in social welfare, providing charity, education, and mutual support for their members, often commissioning impressive artworks and buildings, thereby contributing to the city's cultural and architectural richness. These confraternities, like the Scuola Grande di San Rocco or the Scuola Grande di San Marco, were not merely religious organizations but powerful social institutions that offered a sense of community and security in a rapidly changing world. The daily sustenance of Venice was a logistical marvel, requiring the constant importation of food and fresh water, as the salty lagoon provided neither in abundance, necessitating a sophisticated network of trade routes and supply chains. Grain, primarily wheat, was imported from the fertile plains of the Po Valley and from overseas territories like Crete and Puglia, while fresh water was collected in cisterns in the Campi or brought in by barges from mainland rivers, a testament to the city's ingenious solutions for survival. Fish, naturally, formed a staple of the Venetian diet, caught in the lagoon and the Adriatic Sea, supplemented by vegetables grown on the nearby islands of the estuario and fruits imported from warmer climes. Venice's relationship with its lagoon, a complex ecosystem of salt marshes, mudflats, and shallow channels, was one of constant negotiation and adaptation, as the city's very existence depended on managing the delicate balance between land and water. The Magistrato al-Ac, a specialized government body, was established to oversee the maintenance of the lagoon's fragile environment, ensuring that the channels remained navigable and that the city was protected from the destructive forces of the sea, a monumental engineering challenge that continues to this day. This body was responsible for dredging canals, reinforcing embankments, and diverting mainland rivers to prevent siltation, all critical tasks for the long-term survival of the city. The annual ceremony of the Sposalizio del Mare, or the Marriage of the Sea, was a powerful symbolic ritual that underscored Venice's deep connection to the Adriatic, with the Doge casting a ring into the waters from his magnificent state barge, the Bucentoro, declaring Venice's eternal dominion over the sea. This elaborate spectacle, attended by foreign dignitaries and thousands of citizens, reinforced the Republic's identity as a maritime power and its unique bond with the element that both sustained and threatened its existence. The Bucentoro itself was a masterpiece of shipbuilding and decorative art, lavishly gilded and adorned with allegorical sculptures, serving as a floating throne for the Doge during state occasions and projecting an image of unparalleled grandeur. The vibrant textile industry, particularly the production of luxurious silks and brocades, was another cornerstone of Venice's economy, with skilled artisans creating exquisite fabrics that were highly prized throughout Europe and the Middle East, further diversifying the Republic's commercial portfolio. The art of glassmaking, centered on the island of Murano, achieved unparalleled levels of sophistication, with Venetian glassblowers developing techniques for creating crystal-clear glass, intricate enameling, and delicate filigree, their secrets fiercely guarded by the state to maintain Venice's monopoly on these highly sought-after products. The Murano glassmakers were granted special privileges, but were also forbidden from leaving the Republic, a measure designed to protect the valuable trade secrets that contributed significantly to Venice's wealth and prestige. The city's extensive network of hospitals and charitable institutions, often run by religious orders or the Scuole Grandi, provided medical care and social support for the poor, the sick, and the elderly, reflecting a strong sense of civic responsibility and communal welfare within Venetian society. The Ospedale dei Mendicanti, for example, cared for beggars and the infirm, while the Ospedale della Pietà, famously associated with Antonio Vivaldi, served as an orphanage for girls, providing them with musical education that produced renowned choirs and instrumentalists. These institutions were not merely places of charity but also important centers of medical knowledge and social organization, demonstrating the Republic's commitment to its citizens' well-being. Venice's strategic location at the crossroads of East and West made it a natural conduit for cultural exchange, with influences from Byzantium, the Islamic world, and Northern Europe shaping its art, architecture, and daily life in profound ways. Merchants brought not only goods but also ideas, technologies, and artistic motifs, which were then adapted and integrated into the unique Venetian aesthetic, creating a truly cosmopolitan urban environment. The presence of diverse communities, Greek, Armenian, Jewish, and German, each with their own churches, synagogues, and trading houses, further enriched the city's cultural tapestry and fostered a spirit of tolerance that was relatively rare in medieval Europe, though not without its limitations and regulations. The intricate system of canals, far from being mere waterways, functioned as the city's primary transportation network, with gondolas, barges, and other small boats serving as the equivalent of streets and avenues, necessitating a unique urban planning approach that prioritized water access. The traghetto system, for instance, provided essential public transport across the Grand Canal at various points, with shared gondolas ferrying passengers for a small fee, a practical solution for navigating the city's main artery before the construction of numerous bridges. The profession of the gondolier, often passed down through generations, required immense skill and knowledge of the intricate canal system, making them indispensable guides and navigators within the watery labyrinth. The city's defenses, beyond its formidable navy, included a complex system of fortifications along the lagoon's inlets and strategically placed watchtowers, designed to detect and repel potential invaders, ensuring the Republic's security against both land-based and seaborne threats. The murazzi, massive stone sea walls constructed later in the Republic's history, were an ambitious engineering project designed to protect the lagoon from the erosive power of the Adriatic Sea, a testament to Venice's long-term planning and its determination to preserve its unique environment. These massive defensive structures, along with the natural protection offered by the lagoon itself, made Venice virtually impregnable for centuries, allowing it to flourish as an independent power. The enduring legacy of Venice, even as the moon continues its silent vigil over the sleeping city, lies not only in its architectural splendor and artistic treasures but also in its remarkable political stability, its innovative commercial practices, and its unparalleled ability to adapt and thrive in a challenging environment. Each ancient stone, each gentle lapping wave against a moss-covered wall, whispers tales of a civilization that dared to build a metropolis on water, transforming an improbable marshland into a beacon of trade, culture, and ingenuity that captivated the world. The very air seems to hum with the echoes of centuries of human endeavor, a testament to the collective will and creative spirit that forged this unique and unforgettable city from the very fabric of the lagoon.